Okay. Niners pick is in. The Bills just got Skylar Bell and Caleb Elam's Orr, the linebacker out of TCU, and wide receiver Skylar Bell out of Connecticut. And the first quarterback to come off the board in the fourth round was Cade Klubnik out of Clemson, going to the Jets at pick 110. And then Jamad McCoy finally heard his name called on the top of round 4. Possibly, could have been a first round pick if he wasn't injured. Some teams had him off their board because of the injury.
Inside the 49ers facility, the forecast call is correct. It's time change on the phone with the latest 49er to be added. It's the second fourth place.
Who are the Niners going to pick?
139th overall. Here's the latest 49er pick.
With the 127th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Carver Willis, guard, Washington.
They got an offensive lineman. I thought maybe they'll get offensive lineman. 6'5", 303.
Career starts on the other side and the left side as well. So I think he's better off moving inside. That's a knockoff for but other times he got edged a little bit by some speed. I think kicking inside, giving him papers on each side is going to help him out. Two things. None of them, I think, really would have mattered, but I have to point out. This is pick 127 that was made at 1:27 p.m. Eastern time. I'm freaking out. Well, if we move things along, at 128 could be at 120. You know what I mean? Then we'll be done by like 3:30. You know what I mean? Like with the posts and all that. I'm just pointing that out. What? You're so experienced. You're so great. I'm just talking about things in real time. It really is real time. I mean, if this pick is in it, pick 128 is in at 1:28 in the afternoon. You do realize now that's crazy. We're finishing now at 7:05. It's going to be what it is. Don't caution to win, man. I like it. Go for it. I'm just saying. The point where I've even forgotten my other pick. There's the Bengals pick from Ontario.
Hello from London, Ontario. My name is Mike Stenning, and I'm here at Joe Cool's with the 128th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Cincinnati Bengals select Connor Lew, center, Auburn.
Wow. Okay. 6'3" and 6'3.5", 310 pounds.
I just wish they would announce it here because then we could have said they're not Lewing, they're Lewing. It's Connor Lew. Good for him. This is someone who's 7 games in and then tore his ACL there in October. So he's going to work his way back in to help. If he has a full healthy process, he's not there at this point in time. He's very smart. He's very tough.
He's a good offensive lineman, too.
Pack protection, he's also able to get on guys and move them.
He was good in college.
Who's persevered to this injury, get back healthy, get a chance to get back on the grass. Center, they've done Russell Bodine, essentially Russell Bodine, Ted Karras. Right now, you're bringing in Lou, trying to fortify them to that offense again. Show up that front, making sure that the meal ticket was taken care of, and that's number 9. Then remember what I was going to ask you. So, when you say, obviously, we see Connor Lew as he's a center. He's a center. But
The Panthers pick is in. We got Brazel the third, or Brazel the second, in last night's draft. Should we get maybe an offensive lineman or a defensive back with this pick?
Has a lot of interest. First of all, want to thank the NFL and the Carolina Panthers organization for having me. Such a blast. You guys are the best. And now, big shout out to the second international fan, the second most international fan from the Carolina Panthers. It's my little dog Sweeter. She can't be here tonight, but she's here with me in my heart. All right, let's get to it. I trust in Dan. So, with the 129th pick in the 20,
I want to see a defensive back or an offensive lineman.
select will leave the third defensive.
We did get a defensive back. I wanted to see a defensive back, and we got one. Good job.
For athletic. The journey for him from Western Community College to Delta State and then to Texas A&M. You see a guy
I wanted to see a defensive back
when he's playing cover two.
on this team in this draft, and we finally got one.
Competitive kid. Yeah, well, that's the part you really emphasize. When you talk to people at Texas A&M, you say, Will Lee, people want to know. They really like this young man and like what he brings to the program. And so many great athletes out of there. But that competitive gene, that's the type of thing people gravitate towards, the type of thing that.
I wanted to see a corner get off the board in Carolina. We need to, get some more corners in that room. I think Will Lee, the third, will get some playing time. I believe he will get some playing time. I'm not mad at the pick. And he's on the taller side. He's 6'1.5", almost 190 pounds. He's a bigger corner.
So another one paying attention to how he's announced, right? He's off the ball linebacker, or is he going to be an edge rusher? He's done a little bit of both. Started off the ball, then you see him get more opportunities to line up on the edge. See the statistics there on the screen.
Trey Moore heading to Miami.
To want him redirect, but can do a lot of different things here. This coming off of the edge. You can see that speed to close and finish with a safety here. CD. I think this is someone early on. You're going to see him on special teams. You're going to see him in second. You're going to see him find his way on the field in third downs. You can blitz him from off the ball. But to me, I thought when they moved him on the edge, you saw some upside for him there.
Yeah, the really high-powered player like that, UTSA, if I remember correctly, he was the one who put the hit on Carson Beck in the conference title game that hurt his shoulder.
131 coming in.
With the 131st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Genesis Smith, defensive back, Arizona.
They selected him in more of the Deuteronomy section of the draft.
6'2", just over 200 pounds.
Fielder, he's got the range, he's got the frame, and he's very versatile. That's that thing. He's got coming back to get guys on the ground because he's ultra aggressive. But that Arizona secondary was thick. We've seen a couple of them come off the board. There's another one to come as well. Johnson. He's a fun one to watch. There's a lot of big hits.
He's not afraid to get in and hit.
Being an alley player, you saw times with Arizona with their designs where he was almost like the second linebacker in the middle, where he would roam behind the linebacking spot and he would roam alley to alley and make a lot of plays.
New Testament to the secondary.
The Saints pick is in. Niners are on the clock. Oh, the Saints pick is already in. They got a guard, Jeremiah Wright, out of Auburn.
So Genesis gets picked, and then Jeremiah gets picked. Did that really just happen? If Leviticus goes next, then we know we're in the end times here. Jeremiah Wright coming off the board. The right guard, look, he did allow 5 sacks this last year. So I got Queens.
The Ravens
Look in the run game.
are now
Guys, I mean, you watch his ability to just get them.
picking, and the pick's already in.
So he's for what he does in the run game. To me, I think you got a little bit of work to do. Remember the defensive tackle, so you're gonna need some more time with him in pass protection, CD.
Yeah, and there's time for them to do that. And Kellen Moore and what they're doing, Mickey Loomis, being physical is a big part of what made the Saints for the Saints. In order to help out Drew Brees.
We have a trade. The 49er just got a 5th and a 6th next year for the Ravens to top up almost 21 spots. The Niners have another 4th round selection coming up shortly, but the Ravens are on the clock, and so we'll hear some booze shortly. So lots of trades in this 4th round, lots of activity going down today. I'm curious if some of that is they feel like it's getting ready to fall off for some of these teams. They feel like we just want to get in and get these guys right now. So we're fitting things to the stage. Then the Falcons are up, Colts, Saints again, Cowboys, Pistons, 9.
Ravens pick is in. Who do they pick at 133? They traded up to get him.
Pittsburgh, I'll keep this show like your postseason.
Oh, ho, ho.
Wow. With the 133rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Matthew Hibner.
They got another tight end on that roster. They did lose Isaiah Likely, so this is their possible Isaiah Likely replacement. 6'4", 250 pounds.
They're coming out of SMU. They're using flicks as well. He can pluck the ball outside of his frame. He's not a big Michigan miss guy, but someone who spent those 4 years at Michigan before he spent those 2 at SMU. He's 24 years old. To me, just someone that at this point in the draft CD, I think you're going to make your hay on special teams is where he finds his home.
Yeah, and we need to bring in Frank Reich offense when they're the Jets in for this discussion with the theology school, so he could help us out on this one. Remember, Hitler was an ice cream cook. But 4-star recruit.
The Ravens got 2 wide receivers, Jacoby Lane and Elijah Surratt, and then they go tight end
That's why I point out that now
out of SMU at pick 133.
Baltimore Ravens. There we go. Well done, pick.
I'm just taking notes here. The professors are teaching it up.
You never know. I think the harp set the tone. I think once we got to the harp, we knew the harps were. I mean, Packers have got to go back to that spot.
There's only one thing that would be better for me, Rich.
That's what.
If we brought in Lurch on the harpsichord.
Lurch.
Everybody would hit the harpsichord.
Adam's family reference, sir.
By the way, played basketball. Stetson did Cassidy who played Lurch.
So here's your best available. There's a lot of great.
Bryce Lance is still available.
What's going on here? I think he's just a heck of a player that you can plug in and help your defense total. And I think there's great momentum for him. So there's a question mark.
Lewis is still available.
Goodness, Matt Ryan is fired up.
Yes. Wouldn't you just love just one time for a pick to be announced in a room and everyone just sit there?
Look at that.
DJ,
That's
just
just,
go.
this
That's
is
not
his guy.
going.
Yeah, he's really pumped.
They set the tone for the organization, remember. Ian Cunningham, the general manager there.
We're going to go to Madrid for this pick. I don't know if that's what Matthew said about it. But he's pumped. This president of the Atlanta Falcons.
Matt wanted to go to work instead of stay up here with us.
You know, he's like, that's too cushy. I'm going back to work.
All right, so this is the third pick of the draft for the Falcons. See who they got.
See what Atlanta is picking at 134.
Buenas tardes, soy Roberto Carlos, embajador de Real Madrid, desde el icónico Bernabéu, donde los Atlanta Falcons jugarán la próxima temporada. Week de 134, picking the 2026 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Kendall Daniels, linebacker, Oklahoma.
They got a linebacker. 6'5", 240. Wow. He's a big linebacker too.
Use him in a lot of different areas. You'll see him walked out over that number 2, over that sack receiver. He had a hit in the Michigan game, man. That makes you sit up in your chair a little bit. He flies around and smacks people. 5.5 sacks in 2024. That this is the guy who, again,
Oh.
saying, I mean, he was flying around in that ball game. Charles, I'm going to say it's a lot for these guys in 4th, 5th, 6th round. Get on the
Man, he brings the
people are mixing and matching and playing to the strengths.
he just hits people. He just loves hitting people.
More experience over time, and you can work them into a role. Got a little of that Markel Bell in him, just a bigger package. Excuse me, Marquise Bell.
They can hold out. This is about coming on the stage, just their 4th selection through the first 135 picks. Here comes the pick from the stage.
What are the Colts gonna do at 135?
First of all, I want to say thank you so much to the people of the United States. You are such a great country, such great people. Thank you for everything you have given to you. You guys here are basically like the Civilian guards. But the whole family members is Alexi, and you came as essentially the charge for Winnipeg, you came the Indianapolis Colts, right? Hampshire, linebacker, everything.
Listen, we've been doing 23 drafts. I think that's the first international shout out to the Amish. We've never heard an announcement of that.
He should have done the pick from Lancaster. That would have been perfect.
Another linebacker off the board.
Sure. This is the second linebacker they picked. They started off with C.J. Allen. Now they add another person to that little real heavy in the hole. He's very physical, downhill.
I really like the C.J. Allen pick by the Colts. I think C.J. Allen is going to do some good things in Indianapolis. I don't know a lot about Bryce out of Oregon. He's a former baseball player.
Testimonial of the baseball players. Guy was drafted into the major leagues, 13th round by Houston, played very well for the Oregon Ducks. But thought football was his passion. That's where he really wanted to make his mark. His dad has been a big influence on his career. So we're going to see him good. DJ, we often use the term see ball, hit ball in terms of scouting and watching guys. Bryce Betcher is that
The Colts are going mostly defense. They got 2 linebackers, a safety, and a guard. The Colts got 2 linebackers, a safety, and a guard so far in this draft. Back-to-back linebackers. The Saints pick is in. So far in the fourth round, only one quarterback went, and it was Cade Klubnik to the Jets. There's a chance that's going to be the only quarterback off the board in the fourth round.
You know, I feel like in life, we should, in our business, clap for ourselves after we do something at work. Right? I think that's fair. I think that's, if we do something, we have a good meeting, hey, everybody, and just all of us clap in the room.
What if it's what if it's a Zoom and you're by yourself? Do you dap yourself up?
Hey, it's a little weird.
But Zoom.
I think I'll just
A little selfless.
spirit, sense of meaning. Follow the children of America is what I'm saying.
Bonjour, departing from France. Nathan Heath is here from Paris Basketball and French national team. With the 136 pick in the 2026 NFL draft, the New Orleans Saints select Ryan Slants.
Ryan Lance. Wow. I thought maybe he would fall out of the fourth round, but he goes to the Saints.
Dakota State sending Bryce Lance to the Bayous.
I liked Bryce Lance. I was kind of hoping he would fall to Carolina in the fifth round.
Get the ball up and over the top. Remember in the first round, I took Jordan Tyson. That's compliment to him as someone on the outside who can really, really get vertical. Has that size and just under, or just 6'3 and a half, 204 pounds, and someone ran in the low 4.3s. He can adjust the deep balls down the field, and with all into his hands, you see that long stride. He's got legit.
I would have been 100% okay if Washington even drafted Bryce Lance. About 6'4", 205. Wow. Okay.
4.34. He took 40 inches. He jumped 11 feet. This guy's a freaky athlete. Said we're getting in the fifth round.
So he was the first one of Hubner's brother, Trey, when he got a call from the 49ers 5 years ago, making the third overall pick. There he was. Now he's going to the National Football League and joining the New Orleans Saints, which is the 136th overall pick with the 2026 draft.
They really focused on that offense in this draft. Not only Jordan Tyson, we've seen Jerome Wright to guard go today. There's Austin Delp, the tight end out of Georgia yesterday in the third round. So
The Saints, mostly focusing on offense. They got Jordan Tyson in the top 10. They got Oscar Depp last night, and they just drafted Bryce Lance at wide receiver. So 2 wide receivers and a tight end already in this draft, and I think they got like 1 or 2 offensive linemen as well. So that's pretty good for the Saints. Couple more picks left in the 4th round. So far, within 4 rounds of the draft, we've seen a total of 4 quarterbacks go. Fernando Mendoza at 1, Ty Simpson at 13, Carson Beck in the beginning of round 3 to Arizona. So we have Fernando Mendoza going to the Raiders, Ty Simpson going to the Rams, Carson Beck going to the Arizona Cardinals, and then Cade Klubnik going to the Jets. I'm going to assume he's going to be the backup behind Geno Smith. Unless he beats him out in training camp and in preseason. I really like this Bryce Lance pick for the Saints.
Round number 5, a matter of fact, the Benjamin to that final 140 pick, final pick of the 4th round, 140th overall. Cowboys, I mean, just everybody taps each other up. I love it. They get everybody goes to the line. Steven stands up, comes with Jerry. Jerry's then like hodgepodge, stands up the phone. That star in the back. You've seen that over and over and over again.
Boo.
Just one, just for the heck.
Is that right?
Just one just goes, nah, didn't like that. We've seen it before. It doesn't go well in the ring.
Yeah, but George Sanders got picked.
He doesn't go well in the ring. So it's like that.
So got hacked last year. I shouldn't say it. Something was up. I can't believe it. What happened last year still, all the way to the 5th round.
America was on Shavir Wall.
Oh my gosh, we all were. And he balled out. Anyway, for a different day. So last year. Here's the latest Cowboys pick.
Who do they pick?
With the 137th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select LT Overton.
They got LT Overton?
Now, to me, when you watch LT Overton, if you're
6'3", 275. They got LT Overton. Are you kidding?
Similar conversation about John Franklin Myers when he was coming out because he's a heavy edge setter on the edge, or you're going to kick him inside where he can use more of his quickness to win there. He plays with a ton of effort, plays extremely hard, and he will chase everything from the backside. So I love that about him. So
Man.
find a comfort spot for him. Where does he best fit in? If he turns into John Franklin Myers and he becomes JFM, that's a big time player right there because everywhere JFM is in, he is
The Dallas Cowboys got 3 edge rushers in this draft.
making decisions. Let him.
The Dallas Cowboys got 3 edge rushers in this one draft.
Hi, I'm Armando. With the next election in the year 2022 for the Miami Dolphins, I'm Dolphins Nation Mexico Council President. I'm here with members of the Dolphins Nation Mexico across the Estadio Banorte, where the NFL will be hosting an international game later this season. With the 138th 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Kyle Lewis, linebacker, Spurs.
Tyre Lewis is now off the board.
I've been advocating for him for a long time. They really got eyes on him in Mobile and the Senior Bowl and seeing tape on him, of course. But just his ability to be everywhere. Are you thinking linebacker? What can he get downhill? An explosive in the run game and a tackle made there, even though size says safety.
And they drafted
To the quarterback.
Jacob Rodriguez on day 2 of the draft at linebacker.
From Stanford, still early in his draft. And then, of course, when it's time to run someone down,
He has some speed.
better than that. Turn around, see that, the opposite jersey.
For someone who, I mean, he's on the lighter side when playing linebacker. We also have, the Dolphins also drafted Jacob Rodriguez on day 2 of the draft. The Niners pick is in.
First pass.
Nationals making hits for the 49ers. I'm with Andres Guardado and Alfredo Gutierrez. And with the 139 pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select
And Precious, Pricehook, defensive back, Washington.
They got a corner.
Quite the Bible run here in this range. Ephesians bright side. We've got 2 corners from Washington now. Both go off the board. Both of them pushing 6'4". Just enormous corners with size and length. Carlio Davis went a little bit earlier. Plays outside. He's a willing tackler. Not a ton of ball production, but the size speed is there in 4.45. So some more development to take place. That's why his teammate went ahead of him. But when you have this type of size and a guy who's willing and tough, as you see right here, man, that's something to work with. Bringing Morris, the new defensive coordinator there, and he will definitely find use for this man out on the perimeter. And the 49ers continue to add players to this roster in NFC West. That really, I know Seattle's the defending champs, but you know how it works in this league, guys. Trying to defend something is very difficult. It is up for grabs all the time in the NFC West.
He's bringing a New Testament
There we
to
go.
the San Francisco 49ers.
We're talking.
I'm coaching it.
Bengals pick is in at 140.
Cincinnati Bengals. Well, it's a missionary, what can I tell you?
There's no question I will be sitting next to a man of the cloth on my play home. It's just gotta happen.
G'day, Pittsburgh. I want to give a massive thank you to the Bengals and the NFL for having all the way from Australia today.
Thank you so much. I also want to give a shout out to my Vegas friends back home and all around the world. This one's for you. With the 140th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Colby Allen, wide receiver, Georgia.
They got a wide receiver.
Traits.
6'5", 220. He's a big receiver.
18 pounds as a wide receiver. Only played 8 games this year before.
Give Joe Burrow another wide receiver to give Joe Burrow another weapon. That's not bad. The Bengals go wide receiver to end the 4th round, and they got a interior offensive lineman at pick 128. That's not bad for round 4 for Cincinnati. We're officially in round 5 of the NFL draft. The Texans pick is now in, and they're on.
The first draft from 48 here in Pittsburgh. Muchas gracias, Alexander, por realizar este sueño para mí. Gracias a todos, a los hipopis. Muchas gracias, hermanos. Gracias por este recibimiento en esta hermosa ciudad, a toda su gente. I'm sorry. With the 141 pick in the 2026 NFL draft, the Houston Texas select Kamari Russell.
Molly Ramsey is going to the Houston Texans. 6 foot, 200 pounds. He's a decent safety. He's not a bad safety.
I literally flew in with him from my flight. And we landed and we're waiting for bags, and he came over to me very nicely and said, Lynn Swan. And I thought to myself, well, no one ever says me, but I sure would like to be Lynn Swan. I can tell you that. I give myself a green jacket, hang out at Augusta. Viva Atlanta.
Kamari Ramsey, they go to USC. They like to shop for safeties at USC.
Yes.
Like Kalen Bullock, they hit it big. Little poor opposite player. He's an unbelievable tackler, not that center fielder.
That's the Canyon guy who didn't play
The Tennessee Titans pick is in. Arizona's on the clock, and then Carolina.
With the 142nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Fernando Carmona.
Okay.
Get somebody up on the stage there because that would have been exciting. That was incredible. Out of Arkansas, as a left tackle, they announced him as a guard, right? Yes, that's it. Yeah, I think he's going to end up kicking in there. He's
6'5", 320.
49 starts for him. He could slide in mirror and pass pro. Proper punch in his hands. He's got to get a little bit better. He's dropping his weight, not waist bending, bending at the knees. But a guy who's played a lot of football and has some toughness.
He's a San Jose State transfer, correct? So we're from out there 3 years at San Jose State, and then coming in there, he's the guy who helped spring Mike Washington for his only 1,000-yard season in college football.
All right, so we're taking a break right here. The fifth round is underway. The international flavor has been on display here in Pittsburgh. It's PA.
Okay. The Panthers are on the clock. I wouldn't be upset with like a safety at this point. I mean, the safety out of Texas is still on the board. Maybe Carolina can get him. Yeah, I would like to see the safety out of Texas go to Carolina at pick 144. And if he doesn't go to Carolina, maybe Washington takes him at 147. Washington needs a safety. So we could go if the Panthers don't go safety here and Taff. I think his name is like Taff. That's who I would like to see go to Carolina. If he doesn't go to Carolina, maybe Washington takes him at 147. I like that between picks 146 and 149, there's three Browns picks and one Commanders pick in between. The Browns couldn't get the Commanders pick. They could have had four picks in a row.
Nussmeier is still there, leading the list of your best available quarterbacks.
Yeah, I see these guys all get drafted. It's just a matter of when this run's going to start. It's evident though that teams have looked at these guys more as kind of long-term projects and flyers more so than guys they feel like can come in and compete and try to get on the field right away. That's where that separation is taking place. I think with Beck and Aller, we obviously know about Simpson going in the first round and Fernando, but Beck and Aller, the two I think have a chance to go in and compete. from this point forward, I think you're just trying to get somebody young and talented on your roster and get them in the program.
Let's bring in Ian Rappaport. Haven't spoken with you in a while. Ian, you have the floor here.
And Rich, certainly a curiosity that Garrett Nussmeyer went after Cade Klubnik, but I think it's fair to say team are really trying to understand what's actually led to the season. This past year, obviously, was not quite compared to 2024. He's dealing with oblique pain and abdominal discomfort. Really, since early on in training camp, his performance significantly affected the way he threw. Then they learned at the combine that he had actually been dealing with a cyst near his spine, something that really had caused the weakness and discomfort. Surgery is possible, really, be just a couple weeks just to repair the stitches and get him all fixed up, just to get him back throwing like normal. But at the combine, a much better throwing performance still. I would say a little odd that he has not been selected as, especially because most teams believe he would be a good backup quarterback.
The Arizona Cardinals went wide receiver out of Texas Tech.
Still latest Ian's choice. He's a wide receiver now heading to Arizona.
Seen a couple of these Texas Tech.
6'3", 190 pounds, going to Arizona.
Through and look at the notes and look at
Giving Jacoby Brissett a weapon.
much faster than if he ran faster, he's probably off the board already. So the Cardinals pick just announced. Carolina's about to hit the stage. Then you've got the Chargers, Browns, Commanders, the Browns again, and then the Browns after that. And the Browns have 4 of 7 picks from 146 to 152. So Cleveland fans, be sure to tune in for that.
Okay, Panthers.
Take you to the stage every now and then, but we kind of reach the casual conversation portion of our draft day every now and then. We're back from Pittsburgh in a moment.
Okay. The Panthers pick is in. I would like to see the safety out of Texas here. I wouldn't be upset with some sort of defensive lineman either. I mean, are there any other good... I mean, we just got Chris Boswell Jr., or Chris Boswell II last night, so I don't think we go... wide receiver again. I would say if we can get either an offensive lineman, we got one of the best offensive centers in the draft. We get one of the best centers in the draft falling to us at pick 5, in the 5th round. 6'4", 303 pounds. I think we just got ourselves a new franchise center. In my opinion, I think he's the best center in this class, or one of the best. He's in the top 5 of centers. Like true center. He's in the top 5. I love this pick. I mean, we did bring in a center in free agency who as of right now is slated to be the starter. But after drafting the center out of Kansas State, why not put him in? Plug and play. It could 100% be a plug and play option for Carolina. I mean, we got our offensive guards locked in. We got our tackles locked in. We just needed to get a new center this season because we lost Cade Mays in free agency. So we just got ourselves a new center that I think can start immediately.
You were sitting here in just a minute.
So on those.
The Chargers at 145 went defensive tackle Nick Barnett out of South Carolina, 6'3", 312. The Browns pick is in. The Commanders are on the clock. If we can get someone like an edge or a linebacker, or someone on the defensive side of the ball, I wouldn't be upset with a wide receiver. Another wide receiver in Washington. There's still a couple wide receivers that are on the board that we could go ahead and draft. And the Cleveland Browns just got a new center as well. We got two centers off the board within a couple picks. Six-two, 290. Hawker is heading to Cleveland. The Commander's pick is in. I'm hoping for either the safety out of Texas or some sort of edge or linebacker. That's what I'm hoping. I mean, offensive lineman would be okay too at this point. I mean, we need to fix that pass rush that we have. I mean, we had a total of 30 sacks last season. That's that's not good enough. So I would like to see possibly an edge with this pick. I would say edge, possibly a safety, or someone on the offensive line. Those are my top three options.
Live on the NFL Network draft coverage. Here is the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Brian Schottenheimer. How you doing, Brian? What's up?
Who does the Commanders pick at 147? We got an edge rusher. Okay. I said I wanted to see an edge rusher off the board. Um, Probably not. I mean, was there any other edge rushers on the board that we could have picked? We could have gotten the guy like Caden Curry or Marvin Jones Jr. You know what? Actually, based off of the players that are remaining on the board, I'm actually not mad at it. I wanted to see edge, and that's who we ended up picking. Joshua Josephs, 6'3", 242. I mean, we need to get after the quarterback a lot more this season, this upcoming season. I mean, we cannot go through another season with just 30 sacks. I mean, we were near the bottom of the league in sacks. So hopefully this guy can help us get after the quarterback. I mean, he's obviously going to be in rotation, in that defensive line rotation, but hopefully he gets some playing time. He gets a couple sacks this season. But yeah, other than that, I'm not mad at it. The Seahawks pick is in. The Browns are on the clock again. Oh, the Browns traded one of their picks to the Seahawks. And the Browns traded 145 or no, never mind. They didn't. The Chargers had that pick. I mean, in a different trade, Cleveland gave them that pick. But the Browns did trade the 148 pick to the Seahawks, and their pick is in. Browns are back on the clock at 149.
Having with Coach, we're back with more from Pittsburgh the other moment.
The Seahawks go offensive guard out of Iowa, Spew Stevens. 6'5", 315. Okay. So far, the only quarterback off the board on day 3 was Cade Klubnik. The Browns just drafted Justin Jefferson. The linebacker, not the wide receiver. Don't worry. This is another Justin Jefferson in the league. The Raiders are trading Tyree Wilson to the Saints. The Raiders are now in the clock after trading with the Saints, and they trade away Tyree Wilson, the edge rusher. And the Raiders go safety Dalton Johnson out of Arizona. The Panthers pick is in. Who does the Panthers pick at 151? We go safety. It's not the safety out of Texas. We get Wheatley out of Penn State. We had a big safety, 6'3", 203 pounds. Our safety room is actually looking pretty good. You know, safety depth is always good. He'll get some playing time on special teams. But he's a big safety at 6'3", almost 6'4", 200 pounds. It says on his prospect analysis, he's rangy with the ability to play over the top or close quickly to limit run out to the catch. Physicality near the line is average, but he competes and stays in the fight. His tackle radius is wide, but he needs cleaner pursuit angles and better play strength to limit missed tackles. He was saying he should be Lance Zerline in this prospect analysis said he should have been a day 2 pick, but he slipped on to day 3, and Carolina takes him at 151. I don't think he's going to be starting. He's not going to be a starting safety for us this season. He will get some playing time as a rotational safety possibly, but more likely he's going to be a special teams guy, which is not bad. But that's gonna be where he goes. He's gonna be a special teams guy from from the get go. The Green Bay Packers just drafted a center out of Kentucky. The Denver Broncos went Justin Jolly, tight end out of NC State at 152. The 49ers pick is in. Tampa is on the clock. I want to see where the rest of these quarterbacks go, though. I mean, are we gonna see any quarterbacks off the board in round 5? The Niners just got a linebacker out of Louisiana, Jaden Duggar. Jaden Duggar, 6'5". He's 6'4", 240. He's a bigger linebacker. He's going to add some depth to that Niners linebacker room. I mean, you got Fred Warner coming off of an injury, but he's Fred Warner's going to start. Obviously, he's the starting linebacker. But get Jaden, you know, that's a good linebacker to learn from. If you're a young linebacker, just getting drafted, going to the San Francisco 49ers and learning under Fred Warner, that's good. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers just drafted a defensive tackle out of Clemson who's almost 6'5", 313 pounds. He got some size on him. He's a big defensive tackle. The Colts pick is in. The Lions are on the clock. The Colts went edge rusher George Gumps Jr. out of Florida. 6'5", 245. The Lions pick is in. And the Lions go cornerback Keith Abney II out of Arizona State. They go corner. So the Lions went cornerback out of Arizona State. The Dolphins pick is in, and the Vikings are now on the clock. And the Dolphins just picked up Micro Taft, the safety out of Texas. This is the safety that I wanted the Panthers to draft. They went in a different direction when they drafted Wheatley. But Micro Taft was the safety that I wanted. At the same time, though, this guy is much bigger. He's 6'3", over 200 pounds. Micro Taft is 5'11", 6 foot, and 190 pounds. So we got the bigger safety. Carolina did. So in that case, I'm actually okay with it because we got the bigger safety. Okay, well that's fine. The Minnesota Vikings just drafted the first fullback in the 2026 NFL Draft. 6'2", 250. Fullbacks, they're a forgotten position. There's some teams that still have them, that still carry a fullback, but most teams, they don't have fullbacks. There's only a hand select few of team, a hand picked of a small. There's only a small section size. There's only a small percentage of people, or not people. There's a small percentage of teams that still use a fullback on their team. But most of the league, they don't have a fullback. You just put in a backup tight end in that position, But the Vikings have decided to draft a fullback at pick 159. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers just got an offensive guard out of Notre Dame. The Chiefs pick is in. The Ravens are on the clock. Chiefs pick is in. Ravens are on the clock. The Chiefs could go offensive line with this pick. Well, yeah, I think the Chiefs go offensive line here, just because you can't not have depth at the offensive line. I mean, they could go corner. I would say maybe even I would say either a defensive back or an offensive lineman.
Last 10 picks.
Remember one time me and my Rob went to Pittsburgh, it was negative 23. Where's this story? Exactly.
I have heard.
The Chiefs go running back. The Chiefs went running back Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska, 5'10", 202 pounds. They did lose Isaiah Pacheco in free agency. Okay. Adding depth to that running back room. That's not bad. Behind Kenneth Walker.
He made plays, a dual threat guy can catch the ball in the backfield, run inside, outside, pass protection, all you want. But to know that, you talk to other scouts and coaches, and they're like, "Yeah, we got your dude." Like that makes me feel good.
Yeah.
That's what I do, man. I see the EB.
There you go.
Yeah.
Another running back in the room.
Running back
for Patrick Mahomes, Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, I also feel right that
The Ravens go cornerback Chandler Rivers out of Duke. 5'9", 185 pounds. He's on the shorter side. Vikings pick is in. Jags are on the clock. The Vikings go corner out of Stephen F. Austin. Never heard of that school. He's 6'1", 193 pounds. More depth. Hmm. The Jags got a tight end out of Houston. 6'6", 250 pounds. Got a big tight end. I mean, he's 6'6", 250. He's probably gonna be. He's more probably a blocking tight end, right? Pass catching tight end with impressive production throughout his career. His route running. Okay, so it's a pass catching tight end. Titans at pick 165. Their pick is in. Chicago at 166. On the clock, and then back-to-back Buffalo Bills picks. Back-to-back Ravens picks. Round 5 is almost done. So the Commanders have one more pick in the 6th round. I think that's the last Commanders pick. Nope, the Commanders also have pick 209. So the Commanders have 2 picks in the 6th round. And the Panthers do not pick in the 6th round. We must have traded the 6th pick away to move up. Round 7, the Commanders have pick 223. The Panthers have pick 227. Back-to-back Vikings picks. And then at the end of the draft, the Broncos have back-to-back picks to end the 2026 draft. The Panthers had back-to-back picks, but I think the Panthers traded away, I think it was like 158, 159. Yeah, we traded down twice. So we had the 158 and the 159th pick, but we traded both of those away. Probably move up to get the safety. That's probably what we did. I really like this center pick for Carolina. The Tennessee Titans went running back Nicholas Singleton out of Penn State. 6 foot 220. A lot of people were thinking that Tennessee at pick 4 was going to be going Jeremiah Love, but Arizona at 3 went Jeremiah Love. So the Titans in the 5th round got their running back in Nicholas Singleton out of Penn State. The Chicago Bears drafted a linebacker out of Arizona State, Keyshawn Elliott, 6'1 to 6'2, 230 pounds. Back-to-back Buffalo Bills picks.
Zach Wilson, no one else has developed him, but development, coaching, all of those things, can this Jets organization put it all together?
But I understand as well. Robert Saleh comes in and he's like, we got the 2nd overall pick.
Yeah.
Let's get this kid in.
And everybody else
send Sam somewhere else because he wants a clean start as opposed to saying, let's matriculate with the guy that we already had with a high draft choice.
But it's okay.
I understand he's saying what he's gone on to do, and interesting enough, winning a Super Bowl by beating the Patriots for the first time in his career. I mean,
Definition of bittersweet.
it is. I understand why things have happened and how it's happened. It just we haven't had the quarterback. We haven't found one, and I guess next year is.
Can I give you some encouragement? Because I know when you get to times it turns the Jets, a lot of times it turns negative. You took out all these quarterbacks that didn't work out, and for all these various reasons. One thing is they didn't have all those other pieces in place. They've built up one of the best young offensive lines. They've got 2 tackles. The reason why they've got some of these guys highly rated at other positions is everybody else is chasing offensive linemen. They're in pretty good shape. with a good, young, cheap offensive line. Now they've added some weapons. I think the support system, when their quarterback does,
They're talking about the Jets.
previous quarterbacks had. I think it's going to be a way. The table will be set a lot better for the next night. I love that.
And the first round selections that they have this year and next year, there's a lot of hope being put into them. And the fan base has been asked once again to believe in a new general manager with a new rebuild. And the rebuild is born out of the last terrific players that they had that everybody thought they'd build around. And that was the previous rebuild. So Darren Muji, what he was able to do with that second overall pick, getting somebody who leads the league, leads the FBS and sacks, graduates Stanford in 3 years, face of a franchise type guy, highest drafted defender in the history of the Jets, followed up with a physical combine freak and a terrific tight end in Sadiq, and then go back in and get Omar Cooper, and then Toms as well, with 3 other first-round picks in next year's quarterback-heavy draft. This is the next ask of a rebuild, and trying to turn those picks into people that you need the quarterback to be at the centerpiece.
And this is how they did it, though, Charles. Real quick.
Yeah, I know where you got. This is the thing. They took the 2 stud defensive players in Quentin Williams and Sauce Gardner, and they reallocated those resources to the offense. So they took their own pick. They took Bailey, but then the next 2 picks that they got from those trades, they go out and get offensive pieces. So they're just trying to set it up where, hey, the defense, we might have to wait a little bit for that to get exactly where we want it to be. But we're going to set this thing up. We've got to get the quarterback right. We've got to give ourselves the best chance to do that. So build up the roster. We've got those 3 picks next year. That's when the quarterback's going to arrive. And I think we'll have a better chance because of the way they're.
Arch Manning, he might be a Jet next year. Or
It's fine. All I'm saying is they've been here before multiple times.
the quarterback from Oregon might be a Jet. Because they just drafted his favorite tight end out of Oregon.
This regime with the Jets, great picks here, doesn't pay off. Great picks here, doesn't pay off. This has to be the regime that has that great opportunity. Maybe they can be the ones that get over the hump and do it. Find their quarterback next year and go on from there. That's all I'm saying. I think you guys are right, but I don't think it's always just been that quarterback. Everything else hasn't gone right as well, even when they've made great picks. Well,
Jalen Kilgore is a Buffalo Bill.
Obviously, Brees, I'm sure, like a lot.
6'1" to 6'2", 210 pounds. Jalen Kilgore is the newest member of the Buffalo Bills. He's 6'2", 210 pounds. Buffalo needed to find some sort of safety, I think. I mean, at least it's a depth piece for Buffalo at the safety position. The Lions pick is in. The Lions go wide receiver Kendrick Law. Wide receiver out of Kentucky. 5'11", 203 pounds. Another wide receiver for Jared Goff. Pittsburgh's pick is in. Let's see what the Pittsburgh Steelers select at 169. Michael Keaton. He's announcing this pick.
In 2026 NFL draft. I hope it's me. I hope it's me. I hope it's me. The legendary Pittsburgh Steelers select Riley Noah Klitsky, a tight end from Indiana.
There you go, tight end. 6'2", 250.
I just wanted one more thing for him. Why did he say that man? But it was, I was hoping for family. Anyways, he got Mr. Mom. I believe that because he's Beetlejuice, he is an excellent blocker. You think about it, the best blocking in the National Football League, and they're not watching. Now they're going to put Noah in there. They can do the same thing with him. His take, I know, you see 6'2" and a quarter, 250 pounds. He's not the biggest guy in the world, but he pulverizes people as a blocker, and he catches everything. He's not the loosest, most fluid, smooth.
Yeah, that's a Pittsburgh Steeler pick.
What they look for here at the Pittsburgh Steelers. Question for you, though. Not just tight end. I think an H-back, fullback, that type of a player. Remember, Connor Hayward did a lot of those things for them. Cam's brother. Connor's now in Las Vegas. Remember, Caston seems to be a really good change-up and addition for them to go and fill that role. Didn't drop a single pass this year either, and he holds it high and tight once he gets it. Yeah, when he hits people, they move in the other direction.
All right, so the law firm of Flyer moved to Nowakowski and Letchek. How about that? We're going to Iowa. We're going to.
The Cleveland Browns also went tight end right after Pittsburgh drafted a tight end. 6'5", 250. Joe is a Cleveland Brown. Tight end at Cincinnati. Patriots pick is already in. Saints are on the clock. We're closing in on the end of the 5th round. I'm still wondering where all these QBs are going to go. I mean, we haven't seen a quarterback drafted since the Jets took Cade Klubnik in the 4th round. We haven't seen any quarterbacks taken since the Jets took Cade Klubnik at 110. So where are these other quarterbacks going to land? Garrett Nussmeier, Traylon Green, Diego Pavia. Where are these other QBs going to land? Could the Saints go Garrett Nussmeier? Isn't his dad coaching the Saints? Isn't his dad one of the coaches at the Saints? That could be a spot where Garrett Nussmeier goes.
Now, hey,
The Patriots got a defensive back out of Wake Forest that doesn't have a face or doesn't have a picture. Who is this guy? Who is this guy?
hey, terrific addition to the Times office.
Yeah, I think they must have settled on.
Could this be a spot where Garrett Nussmeier goes? The Saints at 172? It's a possibility. I'm pretty sure his dad coaches at the Saints.
With the 177th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Lorenzo Styles Jr., defensive.
No!
The latest Buckeye coming out.
No! Lorenzo Styles Jr. is a Saint. I was hoping we would reunite the brothers in Washington. Wow.
Same thing. It's just like straight out of Hollywood. When you have a brother going to join a brother with a dad who was so successful in the NFL. Styles, former wide receiver at Notre Dame, converted the defensive side of the ball.
Man, what a pick by the Saints. I was hoping that maybe the Commanders would draft him,
Well, he's an unbelievable special teams player.
but the Saints are drafting Lorenzo Styles Jr.
How about that? kids. All right. They're at senior.
One thing you can say about him, holy cow, there's never lack of styles.
So,
He's looking free right there.
and I remember when,
Imagine that crew showing up to the Little League games.
when Stacy Dales was talking to Laverna, the mom, at the combine, and I had her ask Laverna if there any other styles were coming, you know, because we were kind of sick and tired of seeing them in Michigan. She said, not yet. But it is at least another year that Laverna and Lorenzo Sr., they don't have to get that same half commander jersey just yet because they don't play each other, unless it's the playoffs, which for them I hope is the case. But Sonny is the real deal, and obviously with a defensive gem like him.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're going to work on all the time in terms of DQ. He took up the defense once the last two. Corey hires a new defense coordinator. And what he wants to impart on Sonny Styles is getting him in the middle, getting the green dot on it, and taking over that ball club. Continuing to develop him as a linebacker, but utilizing those smarts as the rally guy in the middle, because Bobby Wagner provided that for them in such a huge way. Everyone knew exactly what was going on, held to a high standard on making sure they're ready to go, DJ. And Sonny Styles can do all of that and in a much younger package.
They've got as exciting a young quarterback as there is in the NFL. Jay Daniels is out there healthy. Now they've got an exciting young quarterback of that defense. You mentioned the green dot. They say Ohio State, that won't be a problem for him. He can handle that. He can process that information. He's a great communicator. He's a great leader. He's the guy you want in the middle of that field. I've always felt like
the Ravens have back-to-back picks.
You can live without that a little bit on the outside of those positions. When you get in the middle of the field, you want that, and he's got it.
For the baseball, he goes hold right, standing strong right down the middle.
How did you do that segment?
You did fantastic. No gagging, no reflex. Nice.
No, I'm a professional. It's first strike.
Here for you in the game.
But man, was I hoping that Washington was able to draft Lorenzo Styles Jr., the safety, and reunite the brothers back together. I mean, technically, we had a chance to get him. We had pick 147. We could have drafted him there, but I wanted the edge rusher. I wanted some sort of defensive line, so I'm glad that we drafted Joshua Joseph, the edge, out of Tennessee. The Ravens got another tight end on their roster. 6'4", 245. Didn't the Ravens just draft a tight end? Literally last round? They got Elijah Surratt at 115. Yeah, they got a tight end out of SMU at pick 133. They went back-to-back tight ends. They went a tight end at 133 and a tight end at 1... and a tight end at 173. I mean, they got 2 wide receivers and 2 tight ends in the last few picks. And the Ravens are back on the clock because they have back-to-back picks. There's 8 more picks in the 5th round, and then we have the last 2 rounds left of the 2026 NFL Draft. Who does the Ravens pick at 174? I mean, if we're talking about, fullbacks, I thought maybe the first fullback drafted would have gone to the Ravens, but the Vikings drafted the first fullback at 159. The Ravens, I guess, could go fullback at this point of the draft. I don't think they go that route, though. I think they go a different direction. I mean, we'll see what happens. The Ravens go running back Adam Randall. So they don't go fullback. But I was not that off with this pick. They go running back out of Clemson, Adam Randall, 6'3" to 6'4", 230 pounds. He's a tall running back. He's a former wide receiver too, so he's a receiving back at that point because he's a former receiver. Now he plays running back. He still has the ability to go out and, run some routes. So the Ravens got a really tall running back that has the ability to catch. Okay. Gave Lamar Jackson an extra weapon. This could be their Keaton Mitchell replacement. I mean, this guy's way taller than Keaton Mitchell. I think Mitchell is way faster than this guy. But this guy's much bigger. I mean, 6'4", 230. Keaton Mitchell was not that big. The Raiders pick is in, and the Chiefs are on the clock. Oh, I forgot Drew Aller also got drafted. So far, nearing the end of round 5, every single quarterback that has been drafted so far consists of Fernando Mendoza, Ty Simpson, Fernando Mendoza, Ty Simpson, Drew Aller, Halston Beck, and Cade Klubnik. Those are the 5 QBs that have been drafted so far in the first 5 rounds of the draft. The Raiders got corner out of California, 6 foot to 6'1", 180 pounds. The Chiefs pick is in. Who does the Chiefs pick at 176? The Chiefs go wide receiver out of Cincinnati. 5'11", 180 pounds. Okay. Another weapon for Patrick Mahomes. He had 51 catches, almost 700 yards, and a few touchdowns in his last college season. The Dolphins at 177. I think they go on the defensive side of the ball with this pick. I'm thinking defense. They've gone offense the last few picks. Well, other than the 4th round, they've done a few defensive players. They could go at corner. They got Michael Taft at the safety out of Texas, you know, earlier on in this round at 158. They could go offense. I mean, you see these wide receivers and running backs coming off the board. They might say, you know what, we need to go grab, a weapon because they need wide receiver desperately. Go find a wide receiver. That's what I think. Go get yourself a wide receiver. Yeah, you got to get weapons for Malik Willis, who you just gave a huge contract to, 3 years, $67.5 million. You got to give him some weapons. You have no weapons on that team other than, Tutu Atwell, Terrence Marshall Jr. is there. If you've drafted a few wide receivers, I think they drafted a couple wide receivers in this draft. Yeah, they got Caleb Douglas in the third round. They got a tight end. They got Chris Bell at pick 94. And they do go wide receiver. I said that the Dolphins should go wide receiver here, and they 100% go wide receiver. They go Kevin Coleman Jr., wide receiver out of Missouri. He's 5'10", 180 pounds. The Miami Dolphins have given Malik Willis some weapons. They drafted the third wide receiver of this NFL draft. They've drafted a tight end already. But yeah, I said they should draft another receiver because they need receiver, and that's exactly what they do with the 177th pick. The Eagles are on the clock at 178, followed by the Niners at 179. Dolphins are back on the clock at 180, and then the Buffalo Bills end the fifth round at 181. I don't think we're going to see a quarterback coming off the board in the fifth round. I don't think we're going to see a quarterback come off the board. The Eagles pick is in. Who does the Eagles draft at 178? Wow. The Philadelphia Eagles got a quarterback. Cole Payton. 6'3", 230 pounds. Wow. I thought we won't see a quarterback drafted in the 5th round. I was wrong. Philly decided to get a QB. Cole Payton is the newest member of the Philadelphia Eagles at pick 178. He goes before Garrett Nussmeier. Wow. Okay. So now that the Eagles selected Cole Payton at pick 178, there's now been just 6 QBs drafted in the first 178 picks. And Cole Payton is not a small quarterback. He ran a lot in North Dakota State. He's a lefty? But another dual threat QB is heading to Philadelphia behind Jalen Hurts. A decade after selecting Carson Wentz, Howie Roseman went back to North Dakota State and got Cole Payton.
Over too. That's like Jalen Hurts. I was gonna tell you, if you're at North Dakota State, if you're a quarterback, you have to be able to run. You are a runner, so you're gonna get that mobility like Jalen Hurts, and then he throws a good ball as a lefty. Yeah, a lot of people don't understand that lefty ball dies a little bit, and the nose is down, but he throws a nice ball as a lefty. Yeah, well, if I'm Jalen Hurts, I know I got my money, and I'm the starting quarterback, and I won an MVP and all of that type of stuff for the Super Bowl, man. But I'm a little like, I mean, this guy has a lot of my attributes. And he can throw the football too. I mean, I'm just saying, bro. I'm not saying that he ain't gonna take a job or nothing like that, but I would. Yeah, he's be happy about that.
He's got 1,900 career rushing yards and 31 career rushing touchdowns.
Offense that haven't changed.
His turn.
Offense that haven't changed.
Only a 1-year start. He really was used in a variety of different ways before this year. And then stepped into the starting role as QB1 there. By the way, that was the end of the 5th round. Not yet into the 6th.
The San Francisco 49ers selected an offensive tackle out of Kansas, Cruz, 6'5", 313. The Dolphins pick is in. Buffalo is now on the clock. But wow. To the Philadelphia Eagles selecting Cole Payton. He is the 6th quarterback drafted in this year's draft. in the first 5 rounds of the NFL draft. Dolphins pick is in. Buffalo's on the clock. The Dolphins have gone wide receiver a few times. They've gone offense a few times lately. They got the safety out of Texas that I kind of wanted Washington or Carolina to draft. They both decided to go opposite directions. And Lorenzo Styles, I kind of wanted Washington. I was hoping he would fall to Washington in the 6th round. But the Saints at pick 172 scooped him up. And he's a Saint instead. Pizza sounds good tonight. Dolphins go tight end.
Seydou Traore from Mississippi State, as Commissioner Roger Goodell pops out onto the stage. This is super cool. A player who grew up in South London, England, who earned a place at the NFL Academy at age 17, and he's here in Pittsburgh. He got his flag there from the UK draped over his shoulders. What a moment. The player who
The International Pathway Program guy
during the day 3 of the draft.
got drafted to the Miami Dolphins, 6'3", 233.
Been a big sort of international growth here in the NFL, and some team. This is
It's, the NFL done an awesome job of really allocating a ton of resources overseas with players that have athletic gifts. And if it's Africa, if it's England, if it's the Polynesian Islands, if it's Asia, they've really lifted up and looked at every rock, any corner you could think of, and they've done a great job. Not only is it the player pathway program, it's the NFL Academy, which is a high school where kids can go and learn how to play football at the age of 14. Teray was there. He was at the academy, and so that academy ships kids off to colleges where they can learn to be better and get better, and they get drafted. Right? To find a kid that shows up and get drafted.
That's cool. Good for him.
They play tackle football everywhere. And so actually was part of a high school that got a chance to go play his high school. But you see the athletic gifts. It's easy. A big guy that can run. He's physical. He's learning the game. Look how the football IQ of passing guys on and getting to the next guy. Again, it's the NFL is becoming a world game. It's not just an American.
Yes, I don't know. That's really, he got his first experience in 11-man football when he got to the United States at Clearwater Academy, betting on himself, and now
He ran a 4.64 40-yard dash.
We are working.
That's not bad. That's good. 35 catches, 370, and 5 touchdowns in college this past season. That's good. Good for him. Buffalo's pick is in. And the Buffalo Bills drafted defensive tackle Zane Durant out of Penn State to close out the 5th round. 6'1", 290. The Browns pick is in to begin the 6th round. We got 2 more rounds left. And we've only seen 6 quarterbacks drafted. Mendoza, Simpson, Aller, Beck, Cade Klubnik, and Cole Payton for the Philadelphia Eagles. Browns pick is in. Arizona's on the clock.
Okay, well, hey, all these celebrations, only the Saints. Okay, so we're back here in Pittsburgh. It's now the 6th round.
The Browns got Traylon Green.
So they're just collecting more quarterbacks up there in Cleveland.
The Browns just got a new quarterback. Traylon Green is a Cleveland Brown.
Dakota State quarterback Carson Wentz, if you see his reaction there. What a cool story too. Just kind of waited his time, playing other positions, and then becomes the 1-year full-time starter and had a heck of a year and really had an awesome run up to the draft in the spring. He was testing and really worked with teams. Excited for him to get an opportunity with the Eagles seating. A little bit different for him going because he wanted to go to Dakota State with Carson Wentz. Go ahead and take it from here, DJ, and Rick, take us through Cole. Yeah, you see 232 pounds. I mean, he has a strong, sturdy frame, and there's a reason why when you watch him, you're thinking, okay, how do you want to utilize this guy? This guy could play safety. He could cover kicks. Like, he is a phenomenal athlete.
So he's Taysom Hill? Is Cole Payton Taysom Hill?
A bunch in that offense. You see the overall bust. That's where the Taysom Hill comparisons come from. But thinking about how Philadelphia like to run the younger version of Jalen Hurts, I'd be interested to see if there's maybe some packages for him as they try and take some of that off of Hurts' clothes. Not like we haven't seen that in Philadelphia before, where they have those things that come in. Look, the tush push is a package, when you really get down to it. Hurts just running it himself. So that will find interesting.
Traylon Green is a member of the Cleveland Browns. And the Arizona Cardinals drafted linebacker out of Iowa. Man. Interesting pick for Cleveland. I mean, you draft 2 quarterbacks last year, and Shedeur Sanders and Darren Gabriel. And then now, in the beginning of the 6th round, you draft Traylon Green, who's 6'6", 230 pounds, and he ran like a 4.3 something. Like a 4.36, 4.39 at that size. What are the Browns going to do at quarterback? They're still trying to find who their franchise quarterback is. And I wouldn't be shocked if the Browns pick a quarterback again next year in the heavy QB class in 2027 draft. We were this close to seeing Traylon Green, probably a Commander.
Terrell Pryor when he was coming out, that type of athlete. That's what we're talking about here. That real long stride he shows when he gets out and he can absolutely go. There he is. Watch his stride. Just eating up grounds. He's a 2-step every 5-yard guy. That's why he ended up running a 4.36, the second fastest quarterback time since 2003.
That's the style. To me, you think of Vince Young, or maybe a supercharged Vince Young, supercharged Vince Young, and then can drive the ball. He's more comfortable with this, trying to drive the football versus really trying to touch it up. That's where you'll need to see some improvement, some consistency. Yeah, I would agree with that. Accuracy issues, or but the direct fire, comp is so. I think this young man has a better arm than Ross Riley possessed in terms of being able, as you said, to drive it. We're just going to find out a coach now having the opportunity to develop him and push him forward, because we are past the old idea that what you saw in college accuracy, that's what you're going to see in the NFL. We've seen quarterbacks improve more in recent years. Josh Allen being the kingpin of all of that. So let's see what happens here about how they want to go about trying to develop him to compete. Because Deshaun Watson, he could be a one-year deal in Cleveland, and then where do you go from there? But this type of kid you would take the chance on because of everything that you have.
Yeah, I would have taken the chance on him if he fell to Washington. I mean, even though we have Jaden Daniels, so he wouldn't start, but maybe in Carolina, if he fell to Carolina.
Types, right? This is the type of player that we like. Well, if you're going to see.
Yeah, he wasn't going to fall to Carolina. We don't have a 6th-round pick. Carolina doesn't have a 6th-round pick.
Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito obviously not look anything like each other, so it'll be fascinating to see which direction they want to go with Coach Moncrief. The interesting part is, I thought that Dylan Gabriel would be drafted to be a career backup, even though he started some last year, and that fits the bill for me right now. So to me, it might be a very interesting thing on compete for the starter, and you talk about Shador Sanders and Deshaun Watson competing to be the starter. Dylan Gabriel is your two because you know you can maneuver with it, they can handle things. And then Taylor Green becomes your wild card about what you're going to do. Then maybe whoever loses the job on the top part might be the odd man out.
So it all started, the quarterbacks, the draft all started with a quarterback taken in Fernando Mendoza at 1, and then 12 picks later, the Rams selected Ty Simpson after all. There was a conversation about perhaps him going to the Rams at 29. When this whole process started, when the Rams still had that pick and Ty Simpson was coming out of the combine, that pick wound up with Kansas City because the Rams.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers drafted tight end out LSU, Sharp, 6'5", 250. He used to play quarterback, and then converted to a tight end. Okay. The Giants pick is in. My Commanders are on the clock. I'm really hoping we got an edge in the 5th round. If we can get maybe another wide receiver, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Maybe an offensive line. I mean, when it comes to wide receiver, what other wide receiver options are still available? Deion Burks is still available. Jeff Caldwell's, Malik Benson. Eric McAllister is still available. Those receivers on the board, I would probably go offensive line though for Washington. We could go linebacker. I don't think we've drafted other than Sony Styers. You know what? I want to see offensive line. Yeah, I want to see offensive line. That's what I want. I want to see an offensive lineman with this pick. either offensive line or maybe a safety. The Giants got defensive tackle Bobby Jamison Travis out of Auburn. Commando's pick is in. I'm hoping the Commandos get an offensive lineman or a safety. How about the International Pathway Program guy? We could go him at 187. I want to see either an offensive lineman or a safety. We got a running back. We got a running back. Katron Allen. 5'11", 216. Washington does like drafting late running backs. We drafted Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt in the 6th round last year, and we drafted another running back in the 6th round. Or no, the Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt pick was 7th round, I think. Yeah, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt we drafted in the 7th round. Now we just drafted another running back in the 6th round in this year's draft. I mean, he's probably gonna get some playing time. I mean, our running back room consists of Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. We brought in Rashad White. We brought back, I think, we brought back a running back. And then you put Allen in the running back room. I'm hoping to see him get some playing time. He might be the back. I mean, he's not probably going to be running back 3 or running back 4 on this team because we drafted Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt in the 7th round last year, and he played well his rookie season. And then we brought in Rashad White in the offseason to be the backup. But I think Allen comes in to be either the third he batters between the running back we re-signed in the offseason for running back 3, or he's the 4th string running back on the depth chart. Could we use him on like special teams and like kick and punt return? Allen appears to lack third down and special teams value, but he could earn a spot as a solid backup. So we can't use him on special teams based on this prospect analysis, but he might be able to be a decent backup, which is what we're kind of looking for. But we kind of already have a backup running back in Rashad White. I think we only brought in Rashad White on a 1-year contract. So we'll see what Allen can do. I'm a little shocked we went running back at this point of the draft, but I believe in Adam Peters. I trust Adam Peters and that staff. I mean, we just added a new running back to that depth chart, so I'm okay with it. I mean, you can't have too many running backs. He's probably going to be running back 3 or 4, though. Unless he can beat out Rashad White for the backup running back spot. The Jets pick is in. Cincinnati's on the clock. And then Washington doesn't pick again to pick 209. The Panthers don't have a pick in the 6th round. I think we traded it to move up to grab the safety. The Jets got an offensive guard out of Miami, 6'6", 335. Man, 6'6", 335. Anytime you think of the 6th round, you think of Tom Brady. Pick 199.
Yeah, right here. Looking at Washington getting Katron Allen. We talked about this running back stuff a lot. Now, he's not the sexiest running back. Didn't have this wow speed, going to blow your doors off, but he's one of the more instinctive running backs in this class. He's got real good vision. He's got good feel. There's the last 10 picks. As for the
Okay.
Singleton was more of the explosive runner. He was more of that pounder. He was getting those tough yards inside. You see it right here bouncing off.
I like what I'm seeing.
So, yeah, to me, look at these NFL teams, you're building shares, right? You want shares at that running back position. He's going to fill that share of that physical presence amongst that running back group in Washington. He's used to being a part of that tandem. Well, we had a tandem at Penn State.
Okay. I'm sold. I like the pick.
This young man, the tight end from Mississippi State, stated.
The Cincinnati Bengals at 189 got a center out of Duke. 6'5", just over 300 pounds. The Saints at pick 190 got a wide receiver, Baron Brown, out of LSU. 5'11", 177. He's on the lighter side. But another weapon for Tyler Shuck. The Jacksonville Jaguars at 191 got wide receiver Josh Cameron out of Baylor. 6'1", 220. Okay. The Giants got offensive tackle J.C. Davis. 6'5", 320. The Giants are back on the clock, and their pick is already in. And then the Titans are on the clock. What does the Giants do with pick 193?
those tap cans.
Yeah, it's not
It's called a T.
maybe the subject of that phone call will make its way on air at some point, Version.
Oh, that's called a T.
That is called a T.
That's your chopper breadcrumbs this way.
Let's talk about Brandon Ayuk, because obviously that is going to be a receiver that's going to be in the news over the next several months. The 49ers.
That's not what I meant to do.
Way is guaranteed for stopping showing up to rehab early this year. They are expected to release him. They just haven't done it yet. With the
Commanders will have interest?
Commanders are expected to have interest.
Yes, let's go get Brandon Ayuk.
Because they know that the 49ers are going to release him. And the 49ers don't want to release him because they believe the Commanders want him and would potentially trade for him, which is why we're in this situation right now. My belief, eventually, is that Ayuk will be playing with his good friend Jaden Daniels.
Yes!
Will probably be something we are discussing for the rest of this.
That is a long way to go, Ian, for saying it's about money. That was, I mean, that's it. You got to pay for something you think you can get it for free, pretty much. Like, and why would the Niners just release him and have all that money on them if they could somehow
Just cut him.
That's what we just heard right there.
We'll take him. Or we'll give you like a 6th, 7th round pick. Maybe a 5th at the highest. I'm not trading anywhere higher than a. I'm not trading anything higher than a 5th round pick for Brandon Ayuk. If the Niners want a pick for Ayuk, that's fine. It's going to be like a 5th round pick or later. I'm not trading a 4th or a 3rd for Ayuk when you're going to be already cutting Ayuk at some point. The Giants got linebacker Jack Kelly out of BYU. 6'2", 240. A run defending linebacker. That's good to have. The Tennessee Titans got a center in Pat Coogan out of Indiana. 6'6", 311. Or 6'5" to 6'6", 311. Yeah, I'll 100% take Brandon Ayuk. He can come to Washington and be reunited with Jaden Daniels. At that point, that's our number 2 receiver. Brandon Ayuk is our number 2 receiver. Hopefully this time, a former San Francisco 49er can actually work out to be our number 2 receiver. Because we tried it with Deebo Samuel. That didn't work out. So hopefully, if we can get Brandon Ayuk, hopefully he can turn into a true wide receiver 2 on this team. The Las Vegas Raiders got wide receiver Malik Benson out of Oregon, 6 foot 190. Give Fernando Mendoza a brand new weapon to throw to. That doesn't hurt. I think Fernando Mendoza would love to have a new weapon. I don't know. Was there any other wide receivers out of Indiana that are still on the board? Deion Burks is still falling down the draft board. Jeff Caldwell, Eric McAllister, Eric Rivers, Harrison Wallace III. Now, it doesn't really look like there's any other Indiana receivers on the board. No. Maybe they can go get an Indiana receiver next draft. Maybe, if there's one available. The New England Patriots drafted tackle out of Texas A&M, 6'7", 320 pounds. Man, New England is really trying to bolster that offensive line. They do not want to have the same thing happen in the Super Bowl to happen again. If and when they make it back to the if and when they make it back to the Super Bowl, they don't want to have the same issue like what happened against the Seahawks. The Los Angeles Rams drafted wide receiver C.J. Daniels out of Miami. 6'2", just over 200 pounds. Getting another weapon for Matthew Stafford and Ty Simpson. You know, if and when Ty Simpson plays. I think other than round 1, I think Sean McVay's happy about round 2 and 3. He just didn't look happy after day 1 of the draft. The Minnesota Vikings drafted running back Damond Claiborne out of Wake Forest, 5'9", 190. He's going to be a backup running back and help on special teams as well. What happened to the Vikings pick? They literally just picked someone, and the pick vanished. The Seattle Seahawks drafted wide receiver Emmanuel Henderson Jr. 6'1", 185 pounds. Give Sam Darnold an extra receiver to throw to. I'm not mad at that pick if you're a Seahawks fan. I mean, wide receiver depth at the very least. And then you got special teams, and you got a kick and punt returner. It says right here, you won't see many who return kicks and cover punts in the same game, but Henderson can handle both both duties. This special teams versatility and athletic upside give him a chance to make a roster as a wide receiver 5 or 6 and a full-time gunner. So definitely a special teams guy. But he could get into the wide receiver rotation at some point. Now let's pick number 199. The Dolphins pick is in. Packers are on the clock at 2:01. Washington has a pick at 2:09. The Browns have drafted 9 players already. 2 receivers, 2 tackles. Browns drafted 2 tackles, 2 wide receivers, a safety, a linebacker, a tight end, and Traylon Green, the quarterback out of Arkansas, within their 9 picks. That's a decent haul. They got some weapons. They got some protection. They got a center as well in the 5th round. And then they got linebacker Justin Jefferson. And they get the second best safety, in my opinion, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, in the 2nd round at pick 58. I think the Browns are doing pretty good, drafting wise. The Green Bay Packers selected corner out of Alabama, Damani Jackson, who's 6 foot, 194 pounds. I think around this point of the draft, you're getting mostly, special teams guys, developmental guys, guys who will play on special teams, depth pieces, that sort of thing. When you get to the 6th, 7th round, that's kind of where you're looking at draft wise. I'm still interested to see where does the other quarterbacks go. Chargers got Brennan Thompson, the fastest receiver at the combine, in round 4. So who do the Chargers get at round 6 with pick 202? I mean, there's still some big name quarterbacks on the board. And the Chargers go Logan Taylor, a guard from Boston College. 6'7", 315 pounds. We are almost done. We're almost done with round 6 of the draft. We got a handful amount of picks left in this round, and we have one more round left, and then we're done. Another wide receiver is off the board. Wide receiver CJ Williams, who doesn't have a picture, is heading to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Houston Texans on the pick. The Houston Texans pick is in. The Lions are on the clock. We're closing in on the Commanders picking at 209. The Houston Texans go wide receiver Lewis Bond out of Boston College, 5'11", 200 pounds. The Lions. The Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions selected defensive tackle Skylar Gill Howard out of Texas Tech. About 6'1", 280 pounds. He's gonna get in that rotation on the defensive line. He's gonna get some. He's gonna get probably a few snaps on that defensive line. I mean, Dan Campbell is gonna give him an opportunity to play. He's gonna play as in a defensive rotation. But for a guy who's 6'1", 280 pounds, the Eagles pick is Chargers pick is in. Eagles are on the clock. I don't know. I mean let's see what the Chargers pick at 206. There's still some QBs on the board. Like, where are they gonna go? The Chargers selected Alex. It says here he's a guard. I guess he's gonna play. I guess he's gonna play guard in this league. So, and in the Chargers offense. He's likely to be playing guard, but they have him listed as a tackle. So he has experience at tackle. They expect him to play guard, but the Chargers, I think, might keep him at tackle. They're saying that he projects as a backup guard with starting potential. 6'6", 6'5" and 3/8, 315. He's about 6'6", 315. The Eagles pick is in, the Falcons are on the clock, and the Commanders are right after the Falcons. Eagles selected a offensive guard, Michael Morris, 6'5", 335. Just an extra depth piece at the offensive line. The Falcons pick is in, and the Commanders are on the clock. We're almost done with the 6th round. Oh, Dante Moore got smashed on that play. He got hit hard. Romeo Height. Falcons got defensive tackle out of Washington, Thompson. 6'1", just over 300 pounds. The Washington Commanders pick is in. If we're looking at who the Commanders have already drafted, we got Sony Stars a pick in the first round. We got Antonio Williams in round number 3. We got an edge rusher. I wanted an edge rusher at some point, and we got one at 147. And then we got a backup running back. Let's see what the Commanders pick at 209. I want to see an offensive tackle or an offensive lineman. We haven't drafted an offensive lineman yet. I would like to see either an offensive lineman or a defensive back. Those are my two options at pick 209. We got an offensive lineman. Let's go. We got center Matt Gobin out of Michigan State. 6'3", 6'4", 305 pounds. I wanted to see an offensive lineman drafted during this draft. So he's a center that he could play guard if he has to. Yeah, I definitely wanted to see an offensive lineman off the board at some point, and we got one out of Michigan State. And we decided to let go of Tyler Bidash. We cut him this offseason. So I'm not saying he's a plug and play at center, but there's definitely a chance that he uh, competes for that starting center job. Well, the Steelers already got their quarterback in this draft, and Drew Aller. Are we gonna see a lot of QBs end up drafted in the 7th round? So Washington has one pick in the 7th, Carolina has one pick in the 7th, and then that's it. So as of right now, Traylon Green went to Cleveland at pick 182, and that was the only. I think that's the only quarterback that went in the 6th round. Yeah, and I thought in the 5th round we wouldn't see a single quarterback go off the board at all. But I was wrong when Philly ended up drafting Cole Payton at pick 178. Garrett Nussmeier is still available. Diego Pavia is still available. Hey, the first punter off the board. The Ravens picked a punter. 6 foot, 200 pounds. There's a special team. There's a special teamer drafted in the 2026 draft. There's been a punter drafted. The Patriots got linebacker out of TCU. 6'3", 230. Again, depth, special teams.
Let's get a win here, Charles. You want to win? Let's go. How about John Pitzenberger, running back, Yale?
John Pitzenberger, running back of Yale. Do we have a Yale running back that's Pitzenberger?
The Ivy Player of the Year. Oh, that's a lot of work.
Oh.
Charles Davis, how dare you?
I thought they'd have now. The truck is the Arena State. The truck is like that be this stuff.
What do we hear here? Oh, Mike F. says, Larkins, tight end of Appalachian State.
Show me Larkin.
Looking around, looking.
The truck's in trouble.
I know what it's like to win streak. Sadly, I know what it's like to lose to Appalachian State. It's not a fun feeling. The truck's feeling like I did on that day. Who called that game?
Can we give him another shot?
I called that game.
Yeah, I said that. Didn't give another shot. We're gonna let Ian play. I thought we banned him from that.
Or something.
We did not ban me from this game. I'm playing right now. All right. The ones, everyone who has children will enjoy this one. I would say Nemo Jenkins from John Carroll. I texted
Nemo?
chance that you guys will have this.
Oh, so this
Can you
Someone named their kid Nemo?
Drew attempted to stop the truck once. My Nemo. Truck is in trouble.
There's no way someone named their kid Nemo.
Can we help? Can we give the truck one more shot?
Mendoza of Indiana.
Let's give the truck. How about this one?
Yeah.
How about Rocco Spindler, offensive lineman, Nebraska? Remember Mark Spindler, his dad?
Okay. Rocco
Spindler.
Let's go. Looking at the truck. Do we have Show Me Spindler?
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
I'm dead. I thought they'd be all wrong.
One good for it. Defensive lineman named Charles Davis. Charles Davis, Florida A&M offensive lineman. Do we have a Charles Davis?
Hey, we got a win!
He took one thing. He is going to crush the barbecue this summer. I was going to try to hurt Rogies before he got out there. It's going to hurt him.
Charles Davis got the truck on the I want to go to Kennesaw State. Kennesaw State.
Let's go with Coleman Bennett, a running back from Kennesaw State. Do we have that?
All right.
Coleman Bennett.
Most famous Coleman in the state of Pennsylvania since training players.
Hey!
Pick the ball. Someone to Bennett ball out there. Sir, should I pick some more snacks for your guests? Forget them, Cole.
Feeling good.
That's looking good. The cools out in the truck. Carpet was putting my cools out on my. That's Persian. That's Persian. All right. Do I get one more? Yeah, can I go one more? I want to get one more. Let's go. Let's see if the truck can type. Houston Christian, and we're gonna because that's what it's on today. Say McGee, a corner from Houston Christian. Formerly Houston Baptist.
McGee. They're nervous in the truck. They're nervous in the truck. Daniel, normally you're a team player. You're stumping, man.
Okay, can we get a layup for the truck, please, just to end it right?
David Bailey.
Jack Strand, quarterback, Minnesota Moorhead.
Minnesota Moorheads, Jack Strand. Minnesota Moorhead, Jack Strand.
All right. There we are. Watch this guy. There's literally a kid's soccer game.
Oh, a nice one-hander by the receiver.
Tracers on the football. There's some teams that thought he could get graduates.
Go back to the social world to try and tie it up. Jack Strand sounded like a name from the valley, right?
Yes, it is.
Tom Clancy now. Thanks, Tom Zach.
That's Tom Mike's nephew.
Mike's nephew.
A Waters Youngstown State.
Out of Youngstown State. Yeah, you bet we do.
And by the way,
Tom Zach.
watch Max. Go get him, Max.
Catch it.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
by the way, he had a nice career at Youngstown State. He was their go-to guy. Pitzenberger, he's the one who scored the late touchdown for Youngstown in the playoffs.
I got to ask Jack, what was the last Tom Zach win in Pittsburgh? Because we just had one. Tie it up. Tie it up. This is a big one.
Give it to him.
The truck of the world.
Okay, last one.
Daniel.
If you want to find a winner, let's go with Jack Dingle. Dingle. Jack Dingle. Cincinnati Bearcat.
Jack Dingle.
Got it.
Yes. Jack Dingle was a linebacker right next to. Who did he play next to, DJ? Oh, Golday. Jack Golday. Jack Dingle and Jack Golday. Holding down in the middle for the Bearcat. By the way, they had two Jacks, and they won every hand.
Wow, we're tying it up.
The truck.
Oh, that's the winner. The win. Another fun, rousing, inspiring edition of the truck.
That truck had to come back. They were in trouble.
Oh yeah, Davey.
Granger, I mean, so you can pull up the names very fast. Oh yeah. That's a celebration. That's a trust. That's a trust spiritual 2030.
Congratulations. Truck cannot be stopped.
You say a 28-3 joke as the Atlanta Falcons' pick is in? That's cool. That's funny. The Chicago Bears at pick 213 picked Jordan Vandenberg. Jordan Vandenberg. 6'3". Jordan Vandenberg, 6'3", 310. Defensive tackle. Going to Chicago. At pick 214, the Colts got Caden Curry, the edge out of Ohio State. 6'2", 260. And the Atlanta Falcons just got Harold Perkins Jr. with pick 215. I thought maybe he would fall in the 7th round to either Washington or Carolina. But he goes to Atlanta. 6'1", 225. Man, I thought he would probably go to either. I was hoping Washington or Carolina in the 7th round, but that did not happen. He is instead heading to the Atlanta Falcons at pick 215. Green Bay has the last pick of the 6th round, and their pick's already in. And they go kicker Trey Smack out of Florida. One of the best kickers in the draft is going to Green Bay. 6'1", 190 pounds. He was the #1 kicker in the draft, and he's going to Green Bay at pick 216. The Ravens got a punter at pick 211 out of Michigan State, and the Green Bay Packers selected Trey Smack out of Florida with pick 216. He does. I mean, Trey Smack, and he's a kicker. We are now heading to the last round of the 2026 NFL Draft. The Arizona Cardinals pick is in.
Later on today, these are the last 10 picks. Oh, I see two of my favorite draft letters, P and K. P and K. It's your turn with the punter, finally from Michigan State University.
You break these down, that's a tradition. That's not me.
He's the Big Ten Adelman Fields punter of the year, 48.5 yards per punt. 2025, that led all of college football. Let's check on Ryan Eckler, because he did this a lot against Michigan.
Unfortunately,
that hang tag.
hey, Rich, he didn't discriminate. Rich, he didn't discriminate. He did this a lot against everybody.
And that instinct, it's 15. Here he is. Up in the air. Oh, try and fix that. He's now Pittsburgh Steelers. Oh, boy.
Hey, the punter made the tackle.
That's my analysis. Now we go to Trey Smack.
He smacks the ball.
I said to you, this is good. Smack it. And it's good for Trey. If there was a Paul Raccamelli would have smacked it.
Smack. He smacks the heck out of the football.
That's my analysis.
Well done, sir.
Welcome to the NFL.
Good job, Rich.
Is Eckley from Australia? Because almost every punter nowadays is
I don't know.
from Australia. I mean, I wonder.
Half of college football, it's kickers come from there.
Garrett Messmeyer's still on the board, guys.
I can't believe that. He's my 101st player. I thought there was a chance he'd go in the 3rd round. But I didn't think he'd get out of the 4th or 5th, and then here we are all the way down here at this point in time in the draft. I don't understand that one.
Hey, this happened with Quinn Ewers last year, and he wound up going in the 7th round. He started some games last year.
That is necessity.
I want to see where I want to see where Garrett Nussmeier ends up.
He's better than his 7th round pick, and then he got on the field.
Here's the thing, guys. We just talked to John Lynch, didn't we? And he has Purdy sitting there.
Could he go to Carolina at 227?
Sometimes these guys are wanting these quarterbacks. You know?
I think Dan Morgan has talked about maybe bringing in a young rookie quarterback.
Maybe there's some of that going on with Garrett Nussmeier right now.
Which I had a gentleman who told me this is the most volatile quarterback prospect. In other words, boomer bust, but certainly you would think if I can stick around. Garrett Nussmeyer would go. He's dealing with a little bit of a medical issue. A first surgery to correct it is possible. It is a cyst on his spine. Essentially, this was the thing that's so mysterious for most of the season, causing him some pain, causing him weakness in what they thought was his oblique. And if you watch the 2025 tape, I know you guys have scoured it. Looked like a different player than when he seemed like a top prospect in 2024. Those are among the things teams are really trying to sort out. But you're right. I mean, this certainly you would have thought he'd be off the field by now.
I was keeping an eye even on New Orleans, where his dad's the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Bring over Zach Wilson. They've still got Spencer Rattler that could go along with Tyler Shuck. So now they've got a pick coming up here. But that was I looked up a little bit of saying, maybe at some point in time, New Orleans just like, let's
The Saints is picking now. This could be Garrett Nussmeyer. The pick is in.
Some figures like that's not good for us, and maybe that's Nussmeyer.
So we're making our way towards pick 257, which is the end of the National Football League draft. Okay, listen, Mike, you and I, we see the same, right? Breaking down kickers and punters. And I agree with you. I love doing it every draft.
Nothing like punt and smack. What more do you need?
Brett Michaels, Wiz Khalifa, picked off the draft last night with some terrific performances right here. Both game wins. There's nothing but a good time and a black and yellow faithful were even treated to a special couple of performance. It's home. And it's Burma.
This could be where Garrett Nussmeyer goes. His dad coaches for the Saints. I said it, earlier on day 3. I thought maybe, fourth, fifth, maybe even the 6th round. They decided to go in different directions. But with the Saints picking here, this could be where Garrett Nussmeyer goes. I mean, yeah, they don't go Garrett Nussmeyer. They go corner out of Iowa, TJ Hall. TJ Hall is the newest member of the Saints. 6 foot, 190 pounds. The Dallas Cowboys at pick 218 picked Anthony Smith, wide receiver out of East Carolina. Doesn't have a picture. The Arizona Cardinals at pick 217 got Jaden Williams, offensive tackle out of Mississippi. 6'4", just over 300 pounds. Buffalo was on the clock. And then there's Cincinnati, Lions, Commanders, Pittsburgh, Tennessee, Cincinnati, Carolina. This might be a spot where Garrett Nussmeyer goes. I'm pretty sure Dan Morgan has said that he wants to maybe go get a QB in the draft. Garrett Nussmeyer, Diego Pavia, possibly. I mean, that's the last Panthers pick. I mean, we traded away Andy Dalton to Philly. And then we brought in Kenny Pickett, Super Bowl winning QB Kenny Pickett. So it's Bryce Young and Kenny Pickett on the depth chart in the quarterback position, in the quarterback room. I don't think we have another quarterback behind Kenny Pickett. So we could go quarterback at pick 227. Yeah, Carolina could go quarterback with this pick. But for right now, Cincinnati is on the clock.
Daniel, take it away. Harold Perkins there at LSU going to the Atlanta Falcons. He's someone, when he first came on the scene in college football, he grabbed everybody's attention with how dynamic and explosive he was. And he was an undersized edge rusher, and then they decided to move him off the ball, and there was injuries, rolled up with that. So it was just kind of an uneven career. But when you watch the
Yeah, I wanted Harold Perkins to fall to the 7th round to either Washington or Carolina, but that didn't happen.
So it shows you the well-rounded nature of his game. I see him being like a nickelbacker or a soft rusher, a versatile chess piece. You think about that Atlanta Falcons defense. Last year, Jalen Walker, who they took in the first round, is like a supersized version of this player. But someone who's going to fit in a very fast group they have there. And the Buckets, they started here trying to make it kind of like a Sam type of a guy and a nickel player. But Caden Curry, I really love him. Great descriptor from Ben Fennell. Sawed off, tough kid, beats up tight ends, the whole deal. If you remember the Big Ten title game, that first play of the game, he's the one who smacked Fernando Mendoza and put him out of the game for one play. Because Mendoza's like that. Has to kick it bounces back quick. Curry also had double-digit sacks this year. Talk about all the talent on state players. That Caden Curry had a heck of a career at Ohio State and a big finish in 2025. Let's cycle back to Fernando Mendoza. How do you think he's going to fare in year one?
The Buffalo Bills at pick 220 went cornerback Torino Pride Jr. 5'10", 5'11", 185 pounds. Gets put into the Buffalo Bills cornerback room as a special teams and depth piece. Cincinnati's pick is in. The Lions are on the clock, and then it's my Washington Commanders after the Lions. The Cincinnati Bengals went tight end out of Texas. 6'5", 245. It's saying down here that he should develop into an NFL starter. To get someone like that in the beginning of the 7th round, he's quarterback friendly. That's always nice. Always nice to have a quarterback. Always nice to have a tight end that's quarterback friendly. So that's a plus. The Lions pick is in, and my Commanders are on the clock. With their last pick of the 2026 draft. The Detroit Lions went defensive tackle West out of Tennessee. 6'1", 280. Okay, so the Commanders are now on the clock. I am hoping for... We got Sony Sayers, the linebacker. We got a running back last time. We got a wide receiver at pick 71. We got an edge rusher already.
First take here on
Yes,
them going to
that's right.
Thanks. I'm here all week. Literally, would be here all week. Well, here's what I want to mention.
Yes.
Following the money is often very helpful here. Kirk Cousins was making $10 million no matter what this year, was not going to play for less than that because really that would have meant that we'd make no additional dollars playing. So what the Raiders did was pay him $20 million. Basically, gets 10 this year and is.
The Commanders pick is in. I want to see probably... We haven't gotten interior defensive line yet. Maybe a safety. I would be okay with an extra wide receiver as well. I would like to see either a defensive interior, like a defensive tackle, or safety, or maybe a wide receiver. Who do we pick? We got a quarterback? Wow. The Commanders drafted a quarterback and it wasn't Garrett Nussmeier and it wasn't Diego Pavia. Wow. Wow. I did not think we were going to go quarterback.
Saturday Night Live.
I mean, come on. Listen, this is nothing concerned. I was a high school wrestler.
I did not think the Commanders would go quarterback at all in this draft. Who even is this guy? Athen? Who is this guy? Quarterback out of Rutgers. Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in.
Nice moment on the stage here.
Hello, this is my friend Ryan, and he has a special message for everyone here. It's true.
With the 224th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select
Robert Spears.
Robert Spears Jennings. We put your name.
All right. Fun stuff. There he goes. That's like a rock concert type roar inside this. That's pretty cool with all, man.
Yeah, you got somebody with some big time speed. It's Spears Jennings. He ran 4.32. He plays in the deep half. There's a safety, so drop down. He's real aggressive when he fills against the run. See it right here.
The Pittsburgh Steelers got a safety, Robert Spears Jennings, 6'2", 205, that has some speed.
They want to see if they can, get him consistent on the back end of the defense. Because when you ran that 4-3-2, I think it set people back in saying, "Can I play him back there?" Because before that, I think they saw him almost strictly as a special team.
I just checked on social media and we got a message that says, "This is what happens when there's no puppies."
These puppies. What happened to the puppies? How's you know?
Well,
I'm afraid to ask you.
one more time.
James Jennings is going to start.
One more time. What did Coach Parcells teach us? If they're gonna bite, they bite his puppies. It's the other guy just says all his money's on Charles Davis. Sorry, move the sticks and rap sheet.
It's a handicap, man. I see two guys go at it like that. We've done the draft for a decade and a half.
I don't know what happened.
Earlier today, the Pittsburgh Steelers hosted their NFL Flag Regional Tournament with each winning team advancing to the NFL Flag Championships, presented by Toyota. Watch the action this summer on ESPN, ABC, more Disney networks, and NFL Plus.
Listen, who knows that flag football's going to the Olympics in 2028? I got a good feeling that USA is going to take home that gold medal. What do you think? Not only are we going to win this Olympics, we're going to win all the ones in the future as well, because flag football is one of the fastest growing sports in the world. And behind me, I have some championship winning teams from today. These two teams played the 2026 NFL Flag Steelers Super Regional Tournament this morning. It all went down. Winners in each division earned a full bid for the 2026 NFL Flag Championship presented by Toyota to represent the Pittsburgh Steelers. 12 states were represented in 11 divisions for boys and girls. To my left, we got our 14U co-ed champions from Massachusetts, the Leo Mixter Blue Devils. Make some noise. And to my right, the high school girl champions, the PFFL Ladies of Steel from your home city, Pittsburgh. Two-time champions, Ladies of Steel. Show the rinks. Let's have one more round of applause for all these student athletes competing in football, representing our great country, and most importantly, winning championships here in Pittsburgh. Let's make some noise.
We're going to be back from Pittsburgh, PA in just a matter of moments. You are watching NFL Network.
Okay, the Titans pick is in. The Bengals are on the clock. Going back. Going back to the latest Washington Commanders pick, who the heck is this guy? And why did the Commanders go quarterback? I mean, we have Jaden Daniels, he's the franchise quarterback. We re-signed Marcus Mariota to a one-year contract, maybe a two-year contract. I think it was a one-year contract, and we still have Sam Hartman as a third-string quarterback. So is this guy gonna be battering Sam Hartman for that third spot? But at the same time, Diego Pavia was still on the board. Garrett Nussmeier was still on the board. This guy went before Garrett Nussmeier. Who even is this guy? I There's no picture. Who even is this guy? He's 6'2", 212 pounds. In the 2025 season, he had just over 3,000 passing yards, 20 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions. I mean, I'm looking at his stats in college from 2022 to 2025. 2022 didn't really play much. 2023 he had just over 1,800 yards, 14 touchdowns, and 9 interceptions. In 2024, he threw for almost 2,700 yards, 18 touchdowns, 7 picks, and had a 53.9 completion percentage. He's below 54% the last couple years. And then in 2025, he did improve. He threw for over 3,000 passing yards, completed 62.2% of his passes, and had 20 touchdowns to 7 interceptions. He's probably going to be challenging Sam Hartman to that third QB job. I don't know. I wouldn't probably have drafted him with this pick when there was other quarterback options available. I don't know. I mean, that's the first, iffy pick that I'm just not 100% on. I'm not 100% on that pick. And then the Titans drafted a tight end in 2025 on the 2025th pick. They drafted a tight end out of Oklahoma who's 6'2", 234, and the Bengals pick is in. Let's see who they draft.
U.S. Marine Corps veteran and Pittsburgh native Marco Yare. Series in the Cardinals teammate Zach Walker. Their joint stage by Steve Marty Single, who drew a non-corporate Pat Tillman. This artwork will be auctioned to support Tillman Scholars.
All right. I know all you fine people in the Berg work hard and love this country. I'll tell you, there was one other person who loved this country as much as anyone else. My good friend, my Cardinals teammate, Pat Tillman. Pick 226. This is for you, Pat.
Wow, it's such an honor to be here representing the Pat Tillman Foundation, my fellow Tillman scholars, and the military community more broadly, especially my hometown, with all my users. Awesome to be here. And
so with that, we have a particularly special pick, and you'll see here in a second why. With the 226th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Landon Robinson, DT, Navy.
Navy.
It's a Navy man with the Pat Tillman pick. That defensive team.
That's awesome.
The pick as well. He's a good football player. He's undersized, just under 6 foot tall. He's 291 pounds, but he's productive. 6.5 sacks, 14.5 career sacks. He is very quick along the interior. Plays with great leverage. I just wrote down in my notes, this is a fun, explosive player to watch when you're going through it. For a guy who's not 6 foot tall, you better have some exceptional quickness and CD. He does.
He is fast. He's quick.
The way he worked across space of people and then beat them upfield to make those types of plays, I thought he was terrific.
Well done, Bengals draft room right there. That's pretty neat. Pick 226 goes to Landon Robinson.
The Panthers pick is in.
Extra loss. Maybe pride on this one here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We're getting down to the last 30 picks of this draft.
Could the Panthers select a quarterback here? No, we do not. We go linebacker. The last pick of the Panthers 2026 draft is linebacker Jackson Q-Watch. Is that how you pronounce his last name? 6'4", 230 pounds. 2025 breakout season, 109 tackles, 10 TFLs, 5 sacks. He has good size and tested well at his pro day, but lacks fluid on-field athleticism. He has a fear for finding running backs. Q-Watch has a chance to make some noise in camp and could compete for a practice squad spot. He's a tall linebacker, 6'4", 230. You know, practice squad, special teams, you know, a depth piece at the linebacker position. And then coming from, you know, Dan Morgan, who was a Panthers linebacker at one point, kind of seems fitting that the last pick of the 2026 draft is a linebacker. I mean, this pick makes a lot more sense than the Commanders getting whoever this is. The Jets got VJ Payne, safety out of Kansas State, with pick 228. 6'3", 206 pounds. He's a bigger safety. I think he would fit in nicely with that Jets defense. The Raiders at 229 got a defensive tackle, Brandon Cleveland, out of NC State. 6'3", 307. A rotational defensive tackle for the Raiders. The Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in, and this is their last pick of the 2026 draft.
The Patriots are on the clock right now. The Steelers' latest pick is in. The last two picks of the draft owned by the Denver Broncos. The 14 teams are now finished and complete. Everything has been announced on that front.
I still got Deion Burks as a player. I rarely have a player in my top 70 that's still hanging.
And Nussmeyer, too, at 101.
70 and 101.
And we had a quarterback go in the last 10.
Yeah,
We got him from Rutgers. How do you pronounce his last name again?
Hold on.
I feel bad. I wish.
Don't worry about it. We'll take this next pick and get off the Yeah.
I'm gonna screw that one up. I just the pronunciation in front of me, but Minnesota Trojans. Yeah, Minnesota Gunners.
Steeler Nation, what's up? I got somebody up here. It's my beautiful daughter. She wants to say something to everybody. With the 230th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Eli Heidenreich, linebacker.
Another Navy player.
Pretty much.
Is he at the combine or at the draft?
They did it because DJ, they wanted to running back. Do you see him the way I see him? As
I think he's at the draft. He is.
He is a fun player to watch. He's here.
What a moment this is going to be as he is coming down. Look at the channels.
Oh, this is gonna be
The
fantastic.
fans are
This is gonna be something to watch.
tears streaming down the face of Eli Heidenreich of Navy. First time ever in the common draft that two Navy men have been drafted in the same draft. And he is from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And who has his terrible towel?
That's awesome.
Nuts. Let's take this moment live on NFL Network.
He's a good running back. Good for him. He got his moment.
Moving on, treated like a correct style here at the NFL Draft. I give you the floor, Dan. That is pretty awesome. To be from here, full uniform, get selected by your hometown team, get to come out here and not only celebrate with your close loved ones, but to be able to come out here and celebrate with your home city rivals they love to.
And how about your teammate going a pick or two ahead of you, Landon Robinson, and going to stay in the same division?
Well, here he is. We talked about how you utilize him as a jack of all trades and that wingback and that slot.
He's kind of a Christian McCaffrey.
He does everything. He blocks, he catches, he runs, he can do it all.
That old flexible, right? And I love how you say jack of all trades. Usually the next expression is master of none. In this case, it's jack of all trades, master of none.
Nice catch.
Thing that you want. And him coming to Pittsburgh, this isn't just a ceremonial pick. He ran 4.44. Yes, he did. He's a legit item. So whether you want to hand it to him in a run game, throw it to him in the pass games, I think he's much more of a flex guy, a slot guy. But however you want to utilize him, Jalen Warren is here in Pittsburgh. Kenneth Gainwell's no longer here. This kid can only throw down. And he plays with the same toughness Jalen Warren plays.
6 foot, 200 pounds.
And so I'm just gonna say this is one of the coolest moments for me, having sat here for so many. When this kid is a player, not just in the store.
Leaving the stage right now. Those moments ago, him saluting the mirror when he put his Steeler hat on, and there is the Steeler draft room watching it all go down. Give yourselves a round of applause as well. A hometown kid. Yes. Uniform coming out here in front of his fellow neighbors in Western PA. Awesome.
If he'd been in the dress whites, he would have gone and picked up his girlfriend and said, "You're up."
And an officer in the draft pick.
Yes, sir.
Right there.
He's all done. Oh, yes.
That was a really neat moment right there. And Rico Dowell is also signed here in Pittsburgh. So there's going to be some competition, but the fact that he is in the mix, it's pretty cool. I'm glad that we were live here in Pittsburgh for that moment. That's the stadium. It's been an awesome week here, you know, and the city all on display with the Clementi Bridge right next to PNC Park and this, you know, and the Penguins are in the playoffs. I know that there's a lot of
Been a little tough.
nerves jangling on that front here, but it's been a pretty unique.
That was a cool moment to see.
Misty. I'm sorry.
That was cool.
That was just so cool. Go ahead, DJ.
It's been a great week here. You know, that's the cool thing about this. When we take this show on the road every single year, and every city puts their own unique spin on it. And I've been blown away not only by the crowds we've had, especially those first 2 nights, but just the hospitality that they've shown to everybody here. And everybody's been in a great mood, smiling, high-fiving, celebrating with each other. It's been a fun time.
Yeah, and the beauty of that is zero surprise. Like, if you've ever spent any time coming to Pittsburgh and been around this city, that when it's dominated, you dominated with sports, especially the Steelers, you have no surprise at all with people like that. In fact, I encountered a couple of Ravens fans outside on one of our breaks, and they're wearing their Ravens gear, and I said, "What's it like?" And they're like,
Everybody's cool.
"Everybody's been so nice. It's been wonderful because this is really a community event at the NFS, and everyone takes care of each other during that time."
Selfie stick, the whole business.
Already got his lid. But I think it goes back to what you talked about, getting more of a slide.
And then Jeremy Bernard.
And that's our difference, yes. For that scene. Why can you talk to you draw it up if you want it? Don't forget, was it Legion?
80 local girls ice cream flag athletes participated in combine-style drills in front of college coaches and scouts as they chase their dream to compete at the next level. And now that flag football is part of the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic Games. Join the movement. Visit NFLflag.com to find a league and start the chase today. You should please go ahead and do all that. Let's head to the podium now. And the Rams on the stage. These are Rams.
With the two the Los Angeles Rams selects Tim Keenan, defensive tackle from Alabama.
Tim Keenan the third is heading to the Rams. 6'1", 330.
330 pounds.
Man.
Is that Quinn Miners there? That is Quinn Miners with the jersey up and stomach out, but he just takes care of things on the inside, and you're trying to move. Remember Terrence Cody, who was there? I think he ended up going to Baltimore. Different times, different era about when you're going to be picked. If that's your main stock in trade, you know, it's the difference between that guy who can get upfield and make a lot more plays for you in the backfield, and guys who control the line of scrimmage, point of attack, eat up some blocks and let other people make plays. Keenan, much more of the latter variety.
Less scrutiny of this Rams draft choice out of Alabama, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Trying to figure out questions. They take players now.
I think day 2 and day 3 of the Rams draft were a lot better than day 1.
They're wearing the peace letters. Meet Nolan here for the Rams. When we come back, the annual Run for Rich Run campaign asks you to open your wallets for Century Children's Research Hospital. Please don't blame the rest.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select at pick 233 Zach DeFree, edge Washington, 6'4", 250. Yeah, Eli, the running back that's heading to Pittsburgh, he's kind of like a Christian McCaffrey. He can do everything. Block, run, receive. 6 foot, 200 pounds. That Pittsburgh Steelers running back room is looking pretty good. I think it's looking pretty good. Wow. Another quarterback off the board that does not include Garrett Nussmeier. The New England Patriots at pick 234 selected a quarterback out of Texas Tech. 6'2", 220. He has injury history. He'll get some playing time in the preseason, and he'll be a backup, maybe a third string guy or a practice squad player with New England. But he'll definitely play in the preseason. I'm guessing. I'm pretty sure he'll play in the preseason. We'll see what he can do in the preseason. But he's not going to be the starter, obviously. We got Drake May. But he probably will be a practice squad QB, or at the very least, maybe a third string quarterback in the Patriots system, in the Patriots QB room, maybe QB3. But you still have I'm pretty sure. No, I don't think Bailey Zappi's there anymore. But you still have Tommy DeVito. Tommy DeVito is still in New England, so he's a backup. So Morton's going to be either a practice squad quarterback or maybe a third string quarterback. The Vikings at 235 went center out of Cincinnati, and now the the Seattle Seahawks pick is in at 236. And the Seahawks go cornerback Andre Fuller. The Seahawks go Andre, cornerback out of Toledo, 6'1", 200 pounds. It's going to be a depth piece, special teams. And it says right here, if he can become more dedicated tackler, a conversation to safety could be a consideration. So he could move to safety. The Colts pick is in. The Dolphins are on the clock. I don't think Garrett Nussmeier is going to get drafted. I mean, if teams are drafting other QBs, not drafting Garrett Nussmeier, I don't think Garrett Nussmeier or possibly even Diego Pavia is going to get drafted. They both might end up being undrafted free agents.
Hey, Rich Ozone. Hey, Rich, got to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for having me here. It's beautiful. Yes, sir. Well, welcome to St. Jude's Sisters. Well, we start your morning with a little tour. Let's do that. Let's do that. To date, we've raised more than $7 million. St. Jude is leading the way. The world understands, treats, and defeats childhood cancer and other life-threatening diseases. I love this line right here, obviously, for today. Whatever doesn't kill me better start running. That is a good line, huh? Hard outreach is really a big deal. And every year that rotates you out 3 or 4 times throughout the year. When I was a teenager and I was diagnosed with cancer here at St. Jude, I was 15 years old, did a year of chemo here at St. Jude's, lost my left leg below the knee. So I get to work for the place that saved me. So I love what I do. And I get to work with amazing folks and help the next generation of kids coming through. This is Reed. How are you? What's going on, Reed? My name's Rich. Nice to meet you. Tell me about the jersey. Are you from Tampa or what?
And I'm a U fan.
Okay.
Here with Tampa, so now I'm a Tampa fan because of him.
Are you going to be out running today?
He's going to give it a shot. His surgery affected his left side a little bit, and so he's doing a lot of physical therapy and trying to short back. His goal is to make it back for a quarterback. He wants to make it back for flag football and football. So,
Well, that's awesome.
so we'll see if he can get out and run a little bit. He's going to try.
Well, here's the thing. Even if you want, you'll still be faster than that. This beautiful place and jewel in Memphis, Tennessee was founded by the legendary entertainer Danny Thomas. What are you supposed to do when you go up to... You're supposed to rub his nose for love. They walk me through this muscle. It's as simple as that. And it's good luck. So, will you make me faster? Okay, make me faster, Danny. Of the many beautiful things about St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, no family ever sees a bill for lodging, for health care, period. Hey, everybody.
Hey, Ernie.
Hi. What do you have? You have my very own cleats. There we go. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. They say just call him butter because he's learned all. It was said all the time by a dear friend of mine and a longtime TV partner of mine named Stuart Scott, who's no longer with us. The fact that he's going to be with me today is really getting. But the fact that you guys are with me today too is awesome.
Just for you, in St. Jude, to celebrate Run Rich Run 2026. 1, 2, 3. Hey, Rich, you hear me? Rich. Just hold time, make sure you waste time. I'm in 15 this. You better officially for St. Jude, ho. Michigan man came up with the best no way. Future James. The truck is not music. Champion for kids and be a nicer. You know, with the 200.
What'd you run the time on? 436 Kenny Gold. We got a 432. Any tips?
Powerful steps. Yeah. Get out. Yeah. Knees up. Knees up. Finish strong. Finish strong. Finish with love. Yeah. Okay. 6 gallon.
A 6.76 for Rich Eisen.
I want to thank everybody for being here and everybody being at home. stjude.org/runrichrun. Whatever you can give, it goes right to this beautiful facility here in Memphis, Tennessee, and to these kids and parents. Hands in, everybody. On three, on three. St. Jude on three. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's a beautiful day there. I want to thank Kevin Meanhouse and everybody at St. Jude who put their heart and soul into Run Rich Run every single year. Shaw Sports Turf made the 40-yard dash and gave a nice donation. DXL, a nice donation. And the NFL community, my goodness gracious. Alex Singleton at the Broncos, Joey Sly, Calvin Austin now at the Giants, taking their time out of their off time being active players, and Anthony Orgy and Marcus Bell showing up. And Steve and Renee Bisciotti, the owners of the Baltimore Ravens, again leading the way with a very generous donation, to say the least. And the rest of the NFL community open their wallets and their hearts. And I'd ask you, anybody out there, any penny, every penny, nickel, dime, whatever you give matters. And it goes directly to those kids and the parents of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And I can't thank everybody here at NFL Network for also giving the time and the great people who put that piece together, and of course everybody at NFL Network to give this platform to St. Jude and yours truly. So
That's so cool.
there you have it.
I'll tell you what, Rich, I love watching you run this every year, but I got to be totally honest. I have more fun watching those kids run when they're running their 40s, and it's not how they're running, or it's the smiles on their faces when they're doing it, and it's a great reminder of why you do what you do to help support kids like those. Really cool.
Every year I watch this happen, Rich, and watch what you are generating for so many people. You're helping save lives. You're helping make lives better. What we get to see as a person, when we get to sit, that's each and every year. So, fighting right, being fit, putting through a moment. This one always tops.
I love you guys for saying that. It's again, the people at St. Jude who are doing this work, who don't, get to leave the hospital and then come hang at the NFL draft. These are the people who are doing the hard work, the research, and getting these kids better. And it's not just going to a hospital and seeing there. It's not just the doctors and nurses. They have teachers there, so kids can continue on with their curriculum when they're there trying to get better. They have they handle the mental health, not just for the kids, but for the parents, and mostly for the parents too, because frequently it's the kids that the parents look to for the guidance and the smile on their faces. Because God bless, they often don't really know the severity of what's going on with them.
Kids are so resilient too.
So again, I'm sure I've forgotten a million different people, but I thank all of you out there for taking time out of the draft and indulging us to ask you for money. And stjude.org/runrichrun is what you can go to and give whatever you wish. So
Well done.
thank you very
Well done,
much.
sir. Very
Well done, everyone.
676 is something I gotta work. I know. Don't have to say it. We're supportive over here. I appreciate that. Hit that QR code, please. Thank you, people. Hit that QR code. But you can run faster. Always an evaluator.
Some of the picks that came off the board. The Indianapolis Colts at pick 237. Oh, there's his face. Does that mean the quarterback has his face? Yep, there he is. No information on him, but now we can put a face with a name. So the Colts at pick 237 got running back Seth McGrone, 6 foot, 223 pounds. Again, running back depth, possibly special teams. The Dolphins at pick 238 got an edge rusher out of Iowa, 6'6", 260. The Buffalo Bills at 239 got a punter, Tommy Doman Jr. out of Florida, 6'5", 214 pounds. I think Florida's kicker and punter got drafted. Right? Yeah, Florida's kicker and punter got drafted. The Green Bay Packers at 216 took Trey Smack, the kicker from Florida. So the Green Bay Packers at 216 took Trey Smack, the kicker from Florida, and the Buffalo Bills took the punter. The Jacksonville Jaguars at pick 240 took a linebacker from Middle Tennessee State, Parker Hughes. The Buffalo Bills at 241 took a guard out of Texas A&M, 6'5", 6'6", 315. The Seattle Seahawks at 242 got a defensive tackle, Devin Eastern, out of Minnesota, 6'5", 315. The Houston Texans at 243 got a linebacker, Aiden Fisher, out of Indiana, 6'1", 230. The Philadelphia Eagles at pick 244. Their pick is in. New England is on the clock.
Okay, Frank. You have the floor, Daniel. What were you looking around?
Yeah, we had a couple defensive linemen that I wanted to hit on here. Zach Durfee out of Washington began his career at Sioux Falls. Interesting story. And then waited at Washington, didn't get an invite to the combine, but then had an outstanding pro day. Ran 4.58 at the pro day, jumped 39 inches. So that's how I kind of came on my radar. And I watched him, and you see a guy who plays very fast. He flashes some power. He's got that big bulky elbow brace on. I never got to the bottom of that to see what's going on there. But man, you see him, and when they run zone read, he attacks the mesh.
He's quick. The linebacker that Jacksonville drafted.
Hard charging rusher, 6'6". You give him a little bit of a runway, he can really generate some power. Sets a firm edge in the run game. So not the most dynamic, good football player. I didn't think he would make it to the 7th round. Yeah, we didn't either. We saw him at the Senior Bowl and made a lot of plays down there. Tough, hard-nosed, Iowa defensive player. Typically, those guys are off the board. Here's the last 10. You got one you want to? Yeah, John Harrison. I got a couple in there. The quarterback Baron Morton in Texas Tech. I went to the New England Patriots. Last year's backup was Josh Dobbs. He's no longer with the Patriots. Tommy DeVito on the roster now. Morton, kind of dirt thrower, DJ, the way I looked at it. Operated that offense with a thumb. Got the ball out quickly to the receivers.
He's going to be battering Tommy DeVito for that second QB job.
Lead them to a college football playoff appearance with the higher rated teams out there. I like him getting this opportunity now going to New England. Never known the New England quarterback they got in the fourth round a few years ago named Bailey Zappi. Kind of a nice operator in one of those times.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, did I see your man? Did I see your man? Tommy Dillon? Junior?
Oh, look at that.
How about this one with the tracer and everything? Look at Tommy Dillon. Oh, he got him inside the 15. You can't do anything with that. I figured he gets covered. Tommy Dillon's gonna. Where is this thing? Oh, yeah. Is that thing gonna die before the end zone? Yeah. Oh, well, no. But where is this land? Oh my goodness, what a missile!
You know he's related to the punting Townsends of the NFL.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go.
How do you know that?
I do a little.
Yeah, you do.
Interesting. The Philadelphia Eagles got a safety out of Texas Tech. 6'3", 220.
Okay. The Kansas City Chiefs, let's take a look on their draft. We all know they had 2 first-round picks because they flipped Trent McDuffie to the Rams, 29th overall. They took Peter Woods, but they took Mansour Delane way back on Thursday night, moving up from 9 to 6 to do so. What do you think of this draft?
Yeah, I like it. I thought the first move that they made, moving up to get Delane, was smart. They kind of read the room there that there could be a couple corner teams in front of them, and we obviously saw with McCoy and how far he fell. There was concern there. So this was the top of the cornerback class, and there was a gap. So they did what they had to do to go up and secure him, and then they continued to add to that defense throughout the day. Peter Woods on the back end of the first round, inside, can really penetrate, get upfield, can rush the passer. This draft was a lot about helping that pass defense with the rush as well as the coverage, and then Kennedy, the nickel they got a little bit later out of Oregon, he'll have a chance to get on the field early as well. What I love most about this draft is Peter Woods at a party for his draft, told everybody it's a white party. Everybody wearing white, and then he busted out green. I love it.
Oh, yeah, the Chiefs half ready to roll. Steve Spagnuolo's got himself.
The work he can do. The work he can do to have those guys in debt.
That defensive line for Kansas City. Mason Thomas, Peter Woods.
Identifying and also developing these young players. Now they'll let some of the ball, they'll trade some. We saw that with McDuffie, but they've been able to just keep reloading.
They usually do that with corners. Yeah, particularly, the Jerry Sneed being another, Trevor Ward. I mean, that's been a history. But 3 top 40 picks to add to the defense, while they expect Mahomes to come on ball. They got Kenneth Walker the third for the rushing game because they have not had a 1,000-yard rusher there in years. So
it's interesting just to be in a position where they have the 9th pick and think about the Denver Broncos winning that division, the Chargers being a playoff team. The Chiefs get to do some punting. They've been punting for so long. It's going to be fun to see what they look like.
Yes, Kareem Hunt was the last 1,000-yard rusher they had. He's in the second with the team, as we all know. So, the New England Patriots are on the clock, 247th overall, and the Broncos' latest pick is in. I appreciate the tweet here. Please, whatever you can give everybody else out there, Sam.org/run to put some money in the coffers there. Tennessee. Take a break. We'll come on down. About almost 10 picks to go here in Western PA.
The New England Patriots at 245 got running back out of Alabama, Jam Miller. 5'10", 209 pounds. I mean, you still have Trayvon Henderson in that backfield in New England. Jam Miller comes in to be probably running back 3. Unless he can win the backup job, he's going in to probably be running back 3 of that offense. Broncos pick is in at 246. The Patriots are on the clock. And we're almost done. The Denver Broncos go defensive back out of Illinois, Myers Scott. The Patriots pick is in, Browns are on the clock, and then it's Chiefs, Ravens, back-to-back Philadelphia Eagles picks, Ravens, Colts, Seahawks, and back-to-back Broncos. The fact that the last Commandos pick in the 2026 draft was a quarterback, and I have no idea who this guy is. That's a little surprising. I was shocked with this pick. I mean, I guess we've just given up on Sam Hartman. I guess. I mean, unless this guy's going to be battering Sam Hartman for that third QB job. I don't know. Actually, didn't. And I thought maybe Carolina would draft a quarterback in this draft because Dan Morgan has said he wanted to maybe bring in a young rookie quarterback. We have Bryce Young. We have Kenny Pickett. I think we brought back Will Grier. I think Will Grier re-signed. Not really re-signed, but I think he came back to Carolina. I think what was it last week, 2 weeks ago? I think we brought Will Grier back. The New England Patriots at pick 247 go edge out of Boston College. Quantravius Hitchens. 6'3", 230 pounds. We are almost done with the 2026 draft. After the Browns pick at 248, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more picks left. We got about 10 picks left as of right now because the Chiefs are on the clock. The Browns pick is in. We actually have 10 picks left, including the Browns pick, which is in.
Jump out at you?
That first round to me, I was impressed with the Cleveland Browns and how they organized their draft. Not just the players they got, but being able to recognize the board and be able to slide back a little bit, still get Spencer Fano, the tackle they wanted, then be able to come back and get a receiver in Concepcion who made sense for them. Then Boston after that later on. But those first 2 picks, I thought, set the stage for a really good draft for the Cleveland Browns.
You made a point that first night about Miami, and it stuck with me. That they talked about they want to be a more physical team. They want to set a tone.
The Browns,
So a lot of people talk about
the Cleveland Browns, with the 248th pick, select Carson Ryan, tight end out of BYU. 6'3", 255 pounds. Special teams. Definitely a special teams guy. He's a blocking tight end. He centers his blocks and works with his inside hands, although he's substantially more effective versus linebackers and DBs in space than he is at the ducking it out to improve in the area. His hands are okay, but he needs to do a better job of securing catches through contact at the next level. So he's going to be a depth piece and mainly a special teams guy with the Browns at this upcoming season. The Chiefs at pick 249. The pick is in. Who does the Chiefs select? Oh, is someone actually going to go on stage to announce this?
With the 249th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select
Garrett Nussmeier is a Kansas City Chief.
I'm sure it was longer than he ever thought. But at the end of the day, you're going to Kansas City and you're getting an opportunity. And his dad is there.
Wow.
Familiar with the Saints, he's there with his son. Really cool moment there. I guarantee he's telling him, as someone who's known Andy Reid for a very long time, he knows what he's getting ready to walk into. And I know it's
Garrett Nussmeier is the newest Kansas City Chief at pick 249.
At the end of the 2024 season, he never would have envisioned going at this spot in the draft. But now that he's got
6'2", 203. Garrett Nussmeier can now breathe a sigh of relief. He is drafted, and he's going to Kansas City.
Space to throw the ball. He's got a very strong arm. He's not a huge guy, but he can really generate a lot of velocity without much foot space. There's his anticipation against the blitz, be able to get that ball out in open windows. Seems to feel pretty well, and then also showing you not only can drive the ball, he's got some touch down the field. Again, the 24 take was really good. This year, the injuries just wasn't quite the same. Glad he got an opportunity.
Notice the jersey number dip at Draft Rich 13 in 2018. 18 is a sacred number at LSU. You get voted to wear that.
And you can see the Nussmeier good dog people because the dog jumped up on a white couch and nobody flinched. Nobody flinched.
To announce the Baltimore Ravens selection, representing the American Convicting Commission and the Wounded Warrior Project, please welcome Pittsburgh Navy, U.S. Marine Corps, and Army veteran Daryl Jackson.
Was that Steel City? With the 250th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, Baltimore Ravens select Rashawn Benny, defensive end, Michigan.
Okay. Rashawn Benny, defensive tackle out of Michigan, goes to the Ravens at 250. 6'3", almost 300 pounds. Wow.
That defense, there's still a lot of dudes who get drafted off Michigan defense last year. So he's kind of that anchor in the middle. So, yeah, as you point out, Jesse Major, perhaps even the third part of the recruiting to Michigan. Now he is the first professional football head coach in history. Ian?
Rich, you're talking about the Kansas City Chiefs quarterback situation. There is going to be an opportunity for Garrett Nussmeier to get serious reps in Kansas City. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes is recovering from a torn ACL, a torn LCL, The hope is that he'll be ready week one, but certainly not going to take his full complement of reps this spring. Justin Fields going to get plenty of reps. Chris Duke and Jake Hain are also on that roster. Certainly seems Nassumara will be competing to be the 3, and many teams do carry third quarterbacks now, so he does have a shot.
That's awesome. You can see the emotion pouring out of him right there on the couch. Mom and dad right there. And the whole fam. Pretty cool. Very cool. Oh, he's an opportunity. They talk about this every year, right? No matter where you get picked and when it is, and you can be frustrated, you can be angry, all those things, but you got an opportunity now. Go make the most of it, man. Get after it.
You can look back later and call him an underdrafted guy. There's an opportunity for him to find his place in the NFL.
So the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock now, as well as about to hand in a pick. So the Eagles are picking twice here. And you're going to notice a bit of a theme on that front, because the Broncos picked twice to end it. So you got the Eagles 251 and 252. Ravens one more time. It's one last chance to make a pick and get booed here in Pittsburgh. It's been a theme.
Consistent. Gotta be consistent.
All right. Colts, Packers, and the Broncos twice, and then we all head off for OTAs. The schedule gets released shortly. They've already between the Ravens and the Cowboys come up early on in the season on a Sunday. And we're to have an international game in the Southern Hemisphere period, let alone on a Sunday in a regular slot. The late window on CBS. But anyway, here comes the Eagles' first of 2 consecutive picks here in the Commonwealth.
Oh, he has the helmet out.
You are now witnessing history being made. All right. With the 251st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select who are
The International Pathway Program guy.
Let's go!
He goes to Philadelphia. Of course he does.
Now they've got the defensive version. I've never seen testing numbers like this.
Wow. Of course, he ends up in Philly.
Need to see him in the shoe. They need to see him and just watch your eyes pop. This guy played, and you're saying what? I like basketball until he was 19. Got up here. This is another OCU manure, isn't it? In terms of the international pathways, getting someone to football, the basketball player. My lottery DJ. In Texas, Dallas draft. He won a 233. I still remember that day. He came towards us, having been picked to the desk. That was unbelievable. And we got the same thing now a little bit on.
Wow.
So many people in the league office work so hard on programs like this. So for it to actually lead to a draft choice is significant.
That is awesome. Good for him.
He's a whole 6 football. Look at how he's put together. I mean, I say it looks like a drip guy. He ran 4.6.
I mean, he is crazy athletic.
It's 36 inches long. I mean, he's put numbers up that you'll never see for somebody this big. Now, he's not playing football. He's going to be able to require a lot of patience here. But, man, you took him out as something to work with from a body standpoint and an athlete standpoint.
Yeah.
He's get tricked. But it's about it being the Eagles again, taking that opportunity.
Yeah, of course it's Philadelphia.
You pointed out, DJ, that was offense with Jared my lost back. Now we're talking defense with Bernard.
So the variable in comp.
His comp is Myles Garrett.
Just to see how big he is. I mean, look how much he is.
He's 6'5", 306 pounds.
So you got to be patient, but that's just you got to look at the context of how crazy those workout numbers are.
Could you imagine this guy becomes a
Wow.
very cool. Having moments today is not just right
there. So you know who else? So Clint Hurts, the D-line coach.
Yes, yeah.
Now he's pretty put together himself. See, he's right in the middle of the screen right there. I mean, that's Clint filling up the screen right there in the back, right behind right that middle, right in the triangle section. And Bernard is going to do that coming man to work it.
I keep showing James Miller in New Mexico was just after first team All-American West player. That's Russia. A new teammate of this very happy world player. Final pick in from the Colts.
With the 254th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Deion Burks.
Deion Burks is a Colt.
Big shocker. She was my 70th player, and I think the next highest rated player that was still out there is like in the low 20s. So he's just been hanging out there. To me, I feel like a guy who reminded me of Deion Branch. You can see how fast he was at Purdue as well as at Oklahoma. You see the ability to make a contested catch down the field.
How did he last this long if he was on DJ's top 100? How is he still on the board in the 7th round?
From an axe. 3 flat. He vertical 42.5. And he pitched for us like 26 runs, 225. So he is a strong, fast, explosive dude. And I don't see that they've drafted any other wide receivers as I'm looking at it here. So he's going to have a chance in this group to make this team and make some things happen.
At 254 right there, and I look at that a room like that, but I ask you, like, were you ever the staffer who took that stuff down off the walls? Was that part of your job as well?
The magnets?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've done a lot of
You're a D-magnet guy?
a lot of paper cuts.
Oh, hazard pay, occupational hazard.
Did you tape your fingers like Ric Flair before you did? Sure. I gotta tell you, a lot of paper cuts on those things. It's dangerous.
The Seahawks just picked Michael Dansby of Arizona, and that was
The Philadelphia Eagles at pick 252 got Keyshawn James, newbie, edge out of New Mexico, 6'1", 240. The Ravens at 253 got a guard out of Northwestern, Evan Bernstein, 6'3", just 300 over 300 pounds. The Indianapolis Colts drafted Deion Burks, who DJ had on his top 100. He was number 70-ish. I was shocked that he was still on the board this far down. 5'9", 180 pounds. And this is the only wide receiver Indianapolis drafted in this draft. So he should be able to play. He should get some playing time. The Seahawks at 255 got defensive back Michael Dansby out of Arizona. The Broncos pick is in. Number 256. They have back-to-back picks.
interesting. All right, so we just found out the final attendance totally for the Pittsburgh draft. 805,000 fans.
That a new record?
That is indeed. Pittsburgh said it. Now, the national law is next
If
on.
we in trouble, that's
I mean, that's something that, people come around the country to prefer see, period, let alone a draft hall.
Yeah.
It makes you draft hall. The national mall, one of the iconic places in the United States.
Might be the first time anyone's gone to BC to see the arch.
Well played, sir.
Well, this be the first arch, Manning, or the one you're referring to?
Well played.
Okay.
Who's number two? Detroit? Did Detroit hold two? Or did Green?
Yeah, they're now number two. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, wow, that's the Pittsburgh. And the weather pretty much held up. There were some rainy moments here, but we're waiting on Denver. They made pick 256. We're now waiting on 257. It's a big moment. Like, you better not mess up the paperwork either, right? Like, the card, somebody misreads the card and suddenly somebody gets that.
It's a trip.
That's really.
Not just a trip.
Are we the only ones focused on this?
No, pretty interesting. There's a check too, right?
Oh, yeah. There's a check. Isn't there?
I think there's a whole deal. It's a whole deal. I mean, they used to announce it on the stage, like all the.
They'll be there, right?
Oh,
The family's here.
Paul Solano was the genuine creator. Because his family is.
The family's still doing it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's serious. And by the way, you told not that place defensive.
Oh, that's why Clatt left us for That's right. He's gone.
Klatt's left us.
He's working on a short game now. Matt's whole tournament coming up.
We're taking the first Broncos pick just because we're gonna honor this pick.
If they're going to announce them both. If this kid knows, imagine 256 needs a piece. You're right. Imagine 256 needs what their peak a little bit. Imagine a bit. Imagine a little bit. Why is it a little bit? It should be a help. Nobody will get to this NBA help.
You're gonna start in California a little bit better than I do. What's adjacent? What's
A little higher. A little higher. I would think that would go. Looks like San Clemente Fire.
The Nixon Library. You get that. That's it.
Looks like the University of Illinois.
All right, let's sort this thing out here.
With the 256th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft,
The Denver Broncos select Dallin Bentley, tight end, Utah.
The Denver Broncos at 256 got a tight end out of Utah. Dallin Bentley, 6'4", 250.
Before he arrived at Utah, so same blocker, 25 years old, 38 catches, didn't drop a single block, but night kept settling in zones. You're not really dropping as much for that as you are for what he's going to be able to do as a blocker and inline player. Ran a lot faster than I expected. He ran 4.62. That's a well put together. All right, so then, let's find out who's lost. Sean, I would absolutely lose. And get the trip, guys. This is like just missing out on the showcase showdown. You know what I mean? I guess you're off like 5 cents on spinning the wheel. You know what I mean? Hold on. I would love to like get like family knows about Mr. Irrelevant. And they're like,
Broke his tibia and fibula on his only high school catch. What kind of trivia question? Why did the NFL put that information out?
figure it out. Because I don't know the last time a single back controls back to back, so they could control it. All the teams, it is what the deal.
DJ talked about it. Mr.'s irrelevant. Oh,
not at all. Clearly, it is announced that 256 is in the win, pal,
and it's still Mr., not Misters.
That's it. I guess, yeah, if we showed that picture of Sean Connery side by side,
we could just do this. Harrison Ford, Sean Connery, little sidecar right there. Is there like in the Newport Beach?
I was outside with some fans during one of our breaks. One guy comes up to me and goes, I love your Sean Connery lip last night. He loved his voice, his name in it.
What are you doing on
the Sean Connery lip? That's awesome. Well, we got to find something here in Pittsburgh. And you know, the same. But so really, he's fixing to look like he's his new teammate. He's like, what the hell? And they're taking your attention. We're not teammates yet. Yeah, that's what he's like, hey, fine. Please welcome the CEO of Mr. Irrelevant for the Connery Sonata Kids. And they're going to
Thank you, Pittsburgh. My dad actually played for the Pittsburgh Steelers, so and you hear he's irrelevant. For the 257th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the 51st Mr. Irrelevant, drafted by the Denver Broncos, the 257th pick is Red Murdoch, a linebacker from Buffalo.
Red Murdoch is Mr. Irrelevant. 6'2", 232. Ran a 4.75 as 40-yard dash.
In today's 17 All-Americans, 17. Jacob Rodriguez, who went the 70s on the early years, he was Mr. Punch-Out, right, DJ? This kid makes a lot of plays, forcing the ball free. Came out a couple of years ago, he thought he was playing with him, playing at the same time in Buffalo, and calling him as a leading guy inside. See ball, hits ball, first ball to cover free. And not only that, first game with a lot of intelligence. Guys, he's a finalist for the National Football Foundation's Campbell Trophy, which is the academic Heisman. So the man with that intelligence, good luck, Dallin Bentley. Oh, wait a minute, you're not getting a taste. All right, that taste is out the window. Red Murdoch's like, yeah, until we haven't hit the field yet, brother.
I just with her teammates, and you got things before me.
We're not teammates yet.
That's right.
Jacob Rodriguez would be the one that I would describe it because of the ability to
So the Broncos got the Walmart, the light version of Jacob Rodriguez in Red Murdoch.
We bring to you this broadcast. They are honored to be out front, but they are the ones who make it go. Thank you to them, and thank you to the NFL Network's coverage of the 2026 Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Wisconsin's second from the home of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
And that concludes the 2026 NFL Draft. If we do a summary of what happened during day 3 of the draft, the Raiders, in round 4, the Raiders at pick 101 got Jamad McCoy, stopped his fall. He could have been a first-round pick if he wasn't injured. But ends up being a 4th-round pick. Pick 102, Buffalo got a offensive tackle out of Boston College. The Jets at 103 got a defensive tackle, Daryl Jackson Jr. The Arizona Cardinals at 104 got Caleb Proctor, the defensive tackle. The Los Angeles Chargers at 105 got the fastest wide receiver at the combine in Brennan Thompson. The Houston Texans at 106 got a guard out of Oklahoma. The San Francisco 49ers got a defensive tackle out of Oklahoma. Back-to-back Oklahoma picks. The Denver Broncos at 108 got a running back, Jonah Coleman, out of Washington. The Chiefs at 109 got a corner out of Oregon. The first QB off the board in the 4th round, first QB off the board on day 3, was the Jets picking Cade Klubnik. The Broncos at pick 111 got an offensive tackle out of Boise State. The Cowboys at pick 112 got an offensive tackle out of Penn State, Drew Shelton. The Colts at 113 got guard Jalen Farmer out of Kentucky. The Cowboys at pick 114 got cornerback Devin Moore. The Ravens at pick 115 got wide receiver Elijah Surratt out of Indiana. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 116 got cornerback Keontae Scott. The LA Chargers at pick 117 got offensive tackle Travis Burke. The Lions at 118 got linebacker out of Michigan. Pick 119, the Jacksonville Jaguars got Wesley Williams, edge out of Duke. Pick 120, the Green Bay Packers got edge Danny Dennis Sutton. The Pittsburgh Steelers at 121 got Caden Wetjen out of Iowa. The Las Vegas Raiders at 122 got running back Mike Washington Jr. The Houston Texans at 123 got linebacker out of Clemson. The Chicago Bears at 124 got cornerback Malik Muhammad. The Buffalo Bills at 125 got wide receiver Skylar Bell. And then they had another pick right after that at pick 126. They got linebacker out of TCU, Caleb. At 127, the Niners drafted an offensive tackle out of Washington. At 128, the Cincinnati Bengals got center Connor Yu out of Auburn. The Panthers at 129 got cornerback Will Lee III. The Dolphins at 130 got linebacker Trey Moore out of Texas. The LA Chargers at 131 got safety Genesis Smith out of Arizona. The Saints at 132 got an offensive guard out of Auburn. The Ravens at 133 got a tight end out of SMU, Matthew Hibner. The Atlanta Falcons at 134 got a linebacker out of Oklahoma. The Colts at 135 got a linebacker out of Oregon. The Saints at 136 got wide receiver Bryce Lance out of North Dakota State. The Dallas Cowboys at 137 got edge LT Overton. That would be a Cowboys pick. At 138, the Miami Dolphins got linebacker Kyle Lewis out of Pittsburgh. At pick 139, the San Francisco 49ers got cornerback out of Washington. And at pick 140, the Cincinnati Bengals got wide receiver Kobe Young out of Georgia. That was the 4th round. In the 5th round, at pick 141, the Houston Texans got Kamari Ramsley, safety out of USC. At 142, the Tennessee Titans got guard Fernando Carmona out of Arkansas. The Arizona Cardinals at 143 got wide receiver Reggie Verger out of Texas Tech. The Panthers at 144 got one of the best centers, true centers in the class, Sam Hite out of Kansas State. The LA Chargers at 145 got defensive tackle Nick Barrett out of South Carolina. The Cleveland Browns at 146 got a center out of Alabama. The Commanders at 147 got edge Joshua Josephs out of Tennessee. The Seattle Seahawks at 148 got a guard out of Iowa. The Browns at pick 149 got linebacker Justin Jefferson. Now there's 2 Justin Jeffersons in the league. At pick 150, the Las Vegas Raiders got a safety out of Arizona, Dalton Johnson. At pick 151, the Carolina Panthers got safety Zeke Wheatley out of Penn State. The Denver Broncos at 152 got tight end Justin Jolly out of NC State. The Green Bay Packers at 153 got center Jagger Burton out of Kentucky. The Niners at 154 got linebacker Jaden Duggar. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 155 got a defensive tackle out of Clemson. The Colts at 156 got George Gumps Jr. edge out of Florida. The Lions at 157 got Keith Abney II out of Arizona State. The Dolphins at 158 got Michael Taft, safety out of Texas. The Minnesota Vikings drafted a fullback out of Michigan. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 160 drafted a guard out of Notre Dame. The Chiefs at 161 drafted running back Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska. The Ravens at 162 drafted Chandler Rivers, cornerback out of Duke. The Vikings at 163 drafted Charles Demings, cornerback out of Stephen F. Austin State. No idea. I never heard of that school. At pick 164, the Jacksonville Jaguars selected a tight end out of Houston. The Tennessee Titans at pick 165 drafted running back out of Penn State Nicholas Singleton. At pick 166, the Chicago Bears drafted Keyshawn Elliott, linebacker. The Buffalo Bills at pick 167 got safety Jalen Kilgore. The Lions at 168 got wide receiver Kendrick Law. The Pittsburgh Steelers at 169 got tight end out of Indiana, Riley Nowrowski. The Cleveland Browns at 170 got tight end out of Cincinnati. The New England Patriots at 171 got cornerback out of Wake Forest. The New Orleans Saints at 172 got the brother of Sonny Styles, safety Lorenzo Styles Jr. At pick 173, the Ravens got a tight end out of Alabama. And at 174, the Ravens got running back Adam Randall out of Clemson. At pick 175, the Raiders got a corner out of California. The Chiefs at 176 got wide receiver Cyrus Allen out of Cincinnati. The Dolphins at 177 got Kevin Coleman Jr., wide receiver. The Philadelphia Eagles at 178 got quarterback Cole Payton out of North Dakota State. Almost a decade ago, they got Carson Wentz from North Dakota State. At 179, the San Francisco 49ers drafted an offensive tackle. At pick 180, the Miami Dolphins got the International Pathway Program. I think he's part of that International Pathway Program. Tight end out of Mississippi State. At 181, the Buffalo Bills selected a defensive tackle, Zane Durant, out of Penn State. That was the whole 5th round. The 6th round. In the 6th round, the Cleveland Browns with 182 got quarterback Taylon Green. The Cleveland Browns have Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, and now Taylon Green in the quarterback room. The Arizona Cardinals, and I wouldn't be shocked if Cleveland drafts a quarterback in next year's draft as well, if none of these guys pan out. The Arizona Cardinals at 183 draft a linebacker out of Iowa. At pick 184, the Tennessee Titans select defensive tackle Jackie Marshall out of Baylor. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 185 draft tight end out at LSU, Bureau Sharp. At 186, the Giants select Bobby Jamison Travis, defensive tackle out of Auburn. My Washington Commanders at 187 selected Katron Allen, running back out of Penn State. He's added to the Commanders running back room. The Jets at 188 got a guard out of Miami. The Cincinnati Bengals at 189 got a center out of Duke, Brian Parker II. The Saints at 190 got wide receiver Baron Brown out of LSU. The Jacksonville Jaguars at 191 got wide receiver Josh Cameron out of Baylor. At 192, the Giants got offensive tackle J.C. Davis. And then they picked again at 193 and got linebacker Jack Kelly out of BYU. At 194, the Tennessee Titans went center Pat Coogan out of Indiana. The Raiders at 195 got wide receiver Malik Benson. The New England Patriots at 196 got an offensive tackle out of Texas A&M. The Rams at 197 got wide receiver C.J. Daniels out of Miami. The Vikings at 198 got running back Demond Claiborne out of Wake Forest. The Seahawks at 199 got wide receiver Emmanuel Henderson Jr. The Miami Dolphins at pick 200 got DJ Campbell, guard out of Texas. The Green Bay Packers at 201 got cornerback Damani Jackson. The LA Chargers at 202 got guard Logan Taylor from Boston College. The Jacksonville Jaguars at 203 got wide receiver CJ Williams, who doesn't have a picture. The Houston Texans at 204 got wide receiver Lewis Bond. The Detroit Lions at 205 got defensive tackle Skylar Gill Howard out of Texas Tech. The LA Chargers at 206 got guard out of Oregon. The Philadelphia Eagles at 207 got guard Micah Morris. The Atlanta Falcons at 208 got defensive tackle out of Washington. At pick 209, the Washington Commanders selected center Matt Gobin out of Michigan State. At pick 210, the Pittsburgh Steelers got defensive end Gabe Rubo. The Baltimore Ravens at pick 211 got the first punter off the board with the punter out of Michigan State. The Patriots at 212 got linebacker out of TCU. The Bears at 213 got defensive tackle out of Georgia Tech, Jordan Vanderbeek. The Indianapolis Colts at 214 got edge Caden Curry out of Ohio State. The Atlanta Falcons at pick 215 got linebacker Harold Perkins Jr. out of LSU. And the Green Bay Packers at pick 216 got the first kicker off. They drafted kicker Trey Smack out of Florida. So that was round 6 and the final round of the 2026 NFL Draft. The Arizona Cardinals got offensive tackle Jaden Williams at pick 217. The Dallas Cowboys at pick 218 got wide receiver Anthony Smith. The Saints at 219 got TJ Hall, cornerback out of Iowa. The Buffalo Bills at pick 220 got a cornerback Tolino Pride Jr. out of Missouri. The Cincinnati Bengals at 221 got a tight end out of Texas. The Detroit Lions at pick 222 got defensive tackle Trey West out of Tennessee. My Washington Commanders at pick 223 got a quarterback, Ethan. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Quarterback out of Rutgers. I don't know who this guy is when we initially drafted him. I really don't know why we drafted a quarterback. I mean, I guess as a practice squad guy or to, maybe be quarterback 3 to battle against Sam Hartman for the QB3 job. With pick 224, the Pittsburgh Steelers selected Robert Spears Jennings, safety out of Oklahoma. The Tennessee Titans at 225 got tight end out of Oklahoma. The Cincinnati Bengals at 226 got defensive tackle Landon Robinson out of Navy. At pick 227, the Panthers got linebacker out of Miami. The Jets at 228 got VJ Payne, safety out of Kansas State. The Raiders at 229 got defensive tackle Brandon Cleveland out of NC State. The Pittsburgh Steelers at 230 got Eli The Pittsburgh Steelers at 230 got Eli, the running back out of Navy. He's kind of like a pseudo Christian McCaffrey. He can do everything. He can block, run, receive. The Atlanta Falcons at 231 got offensive tackle out of Ohio State. The Los Angeles Rams at 232 got Tim Kinnon III, defensive tackle out of Alabama. The Jacksonville Jaguars at 233 got Zach DeFree, edge out of Washington. The New England Patriots at 234 got quarterback Morton out of Texas Tech. The Minnesota Vikings at 235 got a center out of Cincinnati. The Seattle Seahawks at 236 got cornerback Andre Furr out of Toledo. The Indianapolis Colts at 237 selected Seth McGowan, running back out of Kentucky. The Miami Dolphins at 238 got edge out of Iowa. The Buffalo Bills at 239 selected punter Tommy Doman Jr. out of Florida. The Jacksonville Jaguars at 240 selected linebacker out of Middle Tennessee State, Parker Hughes, who doesn't have a picture. The Buffalo Bills at pick 241 selected a guard out of Texas A&M. At pick 242, the Seattle Seahawks got defensive tackle Devin Eastern out of Minnesota. The Houston Texans at 243 got linebacker Aiden Fisher out of Indiana. The Philadelphia Eagles at 244 got a safety out of Texas Tech. The Patriots at 245 got running back Jam Miller out of Alabama. The Denver Broncos at 246 got defensive back Myles Scott, who doesn't have a picture, out of Illinois. The Patriots at 247 got edge rusher Quantavious Hutchins out of Boston College. The Cleveland Browns at 248 got tight end out of BYU Carson Ryan. The Kansas City Chiefs at 249 stopped the slide of Garrett Nussmeier and drafted him at pick 249, and he's going to be probably battering Justin Fields for that backup spot. And if he loses out on the backup job, he would probably be quarterback 3 on Kansas City's quarterback room. The Ravens at 250 got defensive tackle Rashawn Benny out of Michigan. The Philadelphia Eagles at 251 got defensive lineman Bernard from the International Pathway Program. And at 252, the Eagles got edge Keyshawn James Newby out of New Mexico. At pick 253, the Ravens got guard Evan Bernstein out of Northwestern. At 254, the Indianapolis Colts selected wide receiver Deion Burks out of Oklahoma. And Daniel Jeremiah had Deion Burks inside his top 100. And he was sliding all the way into the 7th round. And this is the only wide receiver that the Colts drafted in this draft. So he should be able to play this coming season and, battle for a spot on the roster. I picked 255. The Seattle Seahawks got Michael Dansby, defensive back out of Arizona. The Denver Broncos at 256 got tight end Darren Bentley out of Utah. And with the last pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, Mr. Irrelevant at 257 was linebacker Red Modoc out of Buffalo. That was every single round of day 3 of the draft. Let me know in the comments what you thought of your team's draft this weekend. And make sure to like, comment, subscribe. And that's a wrap. That is a wrap on the 2026 NFL Combine. Or that's a wrap of the 2026 NFL Draft.